Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on, my lord?
Yo, yo, yo! What's good, everybody? Welcome! Welcome, welcome, welcome in, comrades. Yes, hello YouTube, hello Kick, hello interwebs. We are live and alive, broadcasting from the den. I'm Adrienne Vixen. It's a Thursday. It's Thursday, and we are not doing Therapy Thursday. Hi, Tails and Wings. Thanks for the lurk. Good to see ya. I know, Sag. But it's been a bit of a bumpy 2 weeks since the Twitch ban. And as much as I need therapy, I want to try to try to brand myself. I don't know, but we're not doing it today. Don't worry about it. Hi, Nabil. Good to see you. Welcome in. like that. I like Thriving Thursday. And yeah, no need to explain myself. Just do me, and it's gonna look different. And, you know, I do the best I can. And that's all we can ask of ourselves and all we can ask of each other. All right. Oh, I like this beat. The royalty-free beats aren't so bad, y'all. Neither is Kick, by the way, for all my lovely YouTubers out there who are a little tentative about coming over to the Kick platform. It's really fine. Like, it's fine. It's got the same moderation tools that Twitch does, you know, and yes, there are, you know, nefarious people, but there are nefarious people everywhere. So, it is what you make it. And our community is amazing. I really hope you consider coming over and joining us in Kick World. But what I really hope is that Kick reinstates my monetization. Or Stripe, rather, reinstates my monetization. Because they took that away. Because of what I was wearing. Yeah, so Linz, I meant to ask you about this. So when I got moved into the bikinis and pools category, I got an email from Stripe saying that I was doing adult content. And so they said that they weren't, you know, that they deactivated my Stripe account. So I have I have to see what they're looking at. But even then, like everything is still like, I don't disseminate content through the chat. You know, like, you can go to all my links. No fishnets allowed. So. Yeah, I mean, well, so there were two options. There was a way to appeal where it says, I have removed any content that violated it, which is the one I did. Or you can say my content never violated your rules in the first place, which is also true, but I felt like just deleting the VOD in question where they did move me and then saying like I've removed any of the content, like, I figured that was the best way to go about it. I don't know. They said it can take 1 to 2 business days before they'll get back to me. So things are rough for me personally. Things are very rough. Yes. You can tip me directly, help me survive this rough patch. While I figure out what I'm gonna do in the meantime, or instead of streaming altogether, because I may have to just figure something else out. I don't know what that would be. So all right. Anyways, I hope you guys are doing okay out there. Make sure if you are watching on YouTube, you hit the like button. And let's get into it, shall we? Thanks, Linz. Yeah, I had no idea that that was a thing that could happen on Kick, and you know, I'm a little concerned. All right. So, chat, I've been updating you guys about this story. I finally saw a news piece about it that was published about the Virginia nurse arrested after Black NICU babies were injured. So, content warning, trigger warning. This is a very upsetting story. Straight up white supremacist evil shit. We're gonna start with this just because we've been talking about it in our like little kind of before news times, because I haven't seen a lot of coverage on it. And then we'll get into headlines. Then we're gonna talk about the LA fires. Then we're gonna talk about some TYT tea, just for like a little snacky snack. Then we'll get into our Gaza and Palestine coverage, and then we'll follow up with some revolutionary politics. Then we'll get into some Trump world. That's kind of how I have things planned. So I hope that sounds good to you guys. Get a snack, get your beverages, get cozy. This is going to be a bumpy one. Literally Trump world. I mean, given with what he's planning on doing to the world maps.
In Virginia, a nurse sits behind bars after, in some instances, newborn Black babies were found with serious injuries, broken bones. Enrico Doctors Hospital says staff found 3 babies with, quote, unexplainable fractures. 26-year-old Aaron Strotman is charged with malicious wounding and felony child abuse. My next guest is
Absolutely disgusting. I mean, injuring babies, can't that, like, I don't know, is that like just child abuse? Like, or is that not attempted murder? Like, absolutely horrific.
This is Dr. Dalishah Lee from Arch Point Pain Institute. He says these allegations are true. If true, she should have not been allowed to work after she was suspended the first time and they brought her back. First of all, your thoughts on this case and just how horrible it is that a nurse, someone in your profession, would harm a child like that, a newborn.
Yeah, Isaiah, very disturbing news indeed. Our first, the oath that we take is do no harm, right? And so when I hear stories like this is a truly disrupting and really sad, shocking news that I hear from somebody who we would help or we would hope is helping the child, somebody who's in the NICU where they're sick, they've got other things going on. The last thing you want to worry about is your nurse, somebody who you trust, doing harm to a child. And so I am very saddened to hear this news. And I hope that this person is not able to practice medicine if this is truly, in fact, this person was causing harm to innocent children and babies.
Now, we know she was accused initially by the hospital internally when they said she may have harmed 3 other children, but then a year passed by, she was suspended, a year passed by, and they brought her back. Was that a mistake?
It was, Isaiah. I mean, as long as you have somebody who has potentially caused harm, this should have raised some flags for the hospital. They should have taken more initiatives and perhaps not brought this person back. She was on administrative leave for 1 year. She was paid supposedly around for all this time as well that she was gone. And then the hospital did its job of checking to see if there was something. I just don't think they did enough. I don't think they did enough investigation. I know that hospitals have ethical boards and committees. Sometimes, when these sorts of bigger allegations happen, it's the hospital's responsibility to make sure that they either have a third party, somebody else that's reviewing this to make sure that everything is checked off and there was no malicious harm that was involved in this.
From your research, what exactly did she do to some of the children?
From what I could see and from some of the x-rays of these children that were obtained, what I saw was she was not handling them in the right way and maybe being too rough with them or maybe pulling on a leg or something that causes either a dislocation or a fracture or something. So, again, we don't have any strong evidence, and these are all accusations and allegations that we have so far, but I think it's the hospitals and even the now federal government's job to really research this and make sure that this person does not practice and does not harm anybody else if this was truly, in fact, the case.
And I want to make it clear what prosecutors are saying. You're saying that she may have handled them roughly. They said she maliciously, meaning she intended to wound.
Correct.
Harm a child with felony child abuse and neglect in connection with an incident that took place in November 2024. And of course, now there are possibly 7 other children. So the prosecutors there in Virginia are not saying she handled them rough. They're saying she maliciously, with intent, tried to harm these children. And parents are just upset. And some of those parents said the hospital system failed them. Would you agree with that?
I would, Isaiah. I think that unless we have other third parties and other people that have investigated this telling us, yes, this person is safe and there was no malicious harm that was involved in this on purpose, if they cannot prove that, then this person should not have been allowed back into the hospital setting.
This news is funded.
I mean, I know there's a shortage of caregivers and people who go into the care profession, but there's something very suspicious to me about that, that her being on administrative leave for a year and then being allowed to come back and commit the same crimes, when it's if you harm a baby as a NICU nurse, you'd think you'd not be allowed to nurse anywhere ever again. And then, yeah. absolutely horrific. You know, and the way in which it was systemic and racist, you know, I don't see enough people talking about the fact that she did this to Black children. So I really hope more of us on the left will speak out about this specific story. I think it's an important one. You know, an example of how dangerous white supremacy really is. Okay. Let's reset and get into headlines. Hi, Arnalda. Mootwind. So good to see you. Actually, I need to BRB. Hold on one second. You know, Tails and Wings, I think you're right.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. 5 people have died, 130,000 people ordered to evacuate as multiple...
Igloo! Hi, Dad, I miss you.
Wildfires continue to rage in the Los Angeles area, destroying at least 2,000 structures. The Palisades fire, which is believed to be the most destructive ever recorded around Los Angeles, has burned more than 17,000 acres, razing homes and businesses along the iconic Pacific Coast Highway. The Eaton fire has burned over 10,000 acres, including many structures in Altadena and Pasadena. Firefighters appear to have fought back much of the Sunset Fire, which exploded late Wednesday.
And slave labor. Quick reminder that wildfires are often fought by those who are incarcerated performing slave labor.
Wednesday, prompting evacuation orders around Hollywood.
No, Igloo, I haven't been streaming to YouTube. I've been just streaming on Kick for the most part. Today is a special bonus day because I got demonetized on Kick. Because the world hates me. So, hit those dono links. Yeah. Too subversive. All right.
Prompting evacuation orders around Hollywood. Red flag fire warnings are expected to remain active in LA through Friday night as heavy wind gusts and dry air continue to fan the flames. But officials say the most erratic weather patterns are believed to be over for now. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass addressed the monumental scope of the wildfires at a press briefing Wednesday.
This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane-force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane-force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering.
Mayor Bass has been criticized for leaving Los Angeles on a diplomatic trip to Ghana over the weekend as warnings about the imminent disaster were ramping up. L.A. residents are also directing ire at Bass and the L.A. City Council, which cut the fire department's budget by over $17 million this fiscal year, while increasing the budget of the LAPD by nearly $126 million. Meanwhile, housing advocates are urging officials to do more to assist the 70,000 unhoused people in LA who lack access to shelters and to personal protective equipment to protect their lungs from the thick smoke blanketing much of the city. Southern California faces year-round wildfire risks due to the worsening climate catastrophe. We'll go to California for the latest later in the broadcast. Gaza's health ministry says Israeli attacks over the past 24 hours have killed at least 70 Palestinians, injured over 100 others. Among the dead are at least 8 people killed in northern Gaza in an Israeli strike on a home in Jabalia al-Balad. Some of Gaza's remaining hospitals are scaling back services amidst Israel's severe restrictions on fuel supplies. At Al-Aqsa Hospital, Doctors Without Borders reports 15 newborns and incubators could soon die unless Israel urgently allows the delivery of fuel to power the hospital's generators. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum on Wednesday mocked President-elect Donald Trump's proposal to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Sheinbaum was speaking to reporters at her daily news conference in front of a large map from 1607 that labeled much of the North American continent America Mexicana, or Mexican America.
The United Nations recognizes the name Gulf of Mexico. But next, why don't we call it Mexican America? It sounds nice, doesn't it? Since 1607, the Constitution of Apatzingan was Mexican America. So let's call it Mexican America. It sounds nice, doesn't it? Gulf of Mexico since 1607, and it is also internationally recognized.
European leaders have reacted with alarm to Donald Trump's proposal to seize control of the Panama Canal and Greenland and vowed to defend the national sovereignty of European nations. On Wednesday, Denmark's foreign minister said Greenland may become independent if its residents decide to, but it will not become part of the U.S. He made the remarks as Donald Trump Jr. visited Nuuk, Greenland, where at a news conference he promised residents, quote, "We're going to treat you well."
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome in, Letterhack Raiders. How's it going? My name's Adrienne Vixen. What? Anyway, I'm Adrienne. I'm a non-binary, queer, autistic, disabled variety streamer, and I cover leftist news and politics. I stream every day. Although we don't know what platform it's going to be on because I just lost monetization on Kick. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. And thank you for subscribing. I just lost monetization on Kick and they denied my appeal, but I think I know why. But I might have to make a new Kick account and start all over and get the monetization back. I don't know. We're gonna play around with it and see what I can do. Kind of freaking out. So. You can no, it's not. It's not like a free speech platform. It's like a Twitch clone. It's got basically all the same rules and regulations that Twitch does. They just don't enforce them as strictly, as my understanding. But yeah, it's so the Mamma Mia Papa Pizza situation. So I got banned from Twitch over an emote, and then I lost monetization on Kick yesterday. You can tell I'm like kind of shaking. I'm like kind of upset about it. And I just got an email that they denied my appeal. So and that was because I was showing too much of my chest. Even though I was showing no nudity, I was showing too much of myself on stream. Okay. Yeah, there are people who out there make money doing things that are like, hey, thanks for the sub. Doing things that are like demonstrably like harmful, spreading disinformation, leading people down, you know, alt-right rabbit holes.
Eat shit, peasants! Eat shit, peasants!
PJ, welcome in. So there is a platform that I'm trying out called Strim.fun. That's seems a lot better. There's nobody on it. There's no traffic on it because this doesn't have any advertising or anything. It's very small, bare bones, but like they have a platform ready to go to stream on, and I'm like, so I'm probably gonna start trying that. And they have like, they allow all sorts of content. Let's go. Hopefully we can get monetized on YouTube. That would be great. But yeah, even then, it's not great. So, you know, I appreciate you all being here.
The Justice Department says it plans to publicly release Special Counsel Jack Smith's findings on Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. But it will not release the part of Special Counsel Smith's report concerning Trump's mishandling of classified documents as legal proceedings continue for two of Trump's co-conspirators. Those findings will only be released to select lawmakers on the House and Senate Judiciary Committees. Both cases against Trump were dropped after Trump won re-election in November. It's not clear when the partial report might become available after Trump appointed Judge Aileen Cannon, who last summer dismissed Trump's classified documents case, temporarily blocked the release of Smith's report on Tuesday. Meanwhile, Trump has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to block sentencing scheduled for Friday in his New York hush money case and the 2016 election subversion conviction. ABC News reports Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito spoke to Trump on the phone shortly before Trump's request. Alito claimed the call was related to a job reference for a former clerk.
Sorry, just 1 second, chat. Sorry. What's up, Bad Lefty? Yeah, sub harder. Max Left, I believe you are correct.
The White House on Wednesday announced another $500 million in military aid package to Ukraine, its last before President Biden leaves office. The Biden administration is also expected to announce new sanctions on Russia this week. In Ukraine, Russian shelling killed at least 13 people and wounded 32 others in the southern city of Zaporizhia on Wednesday. Some of the dead were killed while headed home from work on a bus.
People were leaving from their shift through the main entrance of the building, and that's when the attack came. There were two very loud explosions.
I see that people were inside your bus.
Yes, 2 people were killed and 2 others were wounded. 2 were killed.
How many people were here, and how many people were killed in total?
There was a lot. It happened exactly when people ended their shift.
The government of Chad says it repelled an armed attack on the presidential palace Wednesday, killing at least 18 assailants, they said. One member of Chad's security forces reportedly died. The perpetrators have not been identified, but early reports blame the attack on Boko Haram. The attack came hours after the Chadian president, Mohamed Idris Deby, met with China's foreign minister, Wang Yi, during an official visit to N'Djamena. It also comes just weeks after contested parliamentary elections. Deby seized power in Chad after his father, longstanding President Idris Deby, was killed by rebel forces in 2021. Chad's among a growing number of former French colonies that have expelled French fighters in recent months. Lebanon's parliament has voted to elect a president, filling a leadership vacuum for the first time in over 2 years. Joseph Aoun received 99 out of 128 votes with support across Lebanon's political spectrum, including among Hezbollah politicians. His election could help unlock funds from foreign donors as Lebanon seeks to rebuild from Israel's weeks-long bombing campaign and invasion last year. The Italian journalist Cecilia Sala landed in Rome Wednesday after 3 weeks of detention in Iran. Italian media says Sala's arrest may have been part of an Iranian plan to negotiate the release of one of their citizens who was recently detained by Italian authorities on a U.S. warrant. Mohammed Abedini is accused of being involved in an attack on a U.S. base in Jordan last year. A wide-ranging strike that would have shut down East Coast and Gulf Coast ports next week has been averted for now as the Longshoremen's Union reached a tentative deal Wednesday guaranteeing job protections from automated technology and major wage increases. Union members must still vote on the agreement. In other labor news, the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, is joining the AFL-CIO, adding roughly 2 million members to the 13 million-strong group, which includes workers across more than 50 other unions. The move reunites the two powerful labor groups after they parted ways nearly 2 decades ago, and as the incoming Trump administration's expected to launch new attacks on workers' rights. In North Carolina, the Republican-dominated state Supreme Court has blocked election officials from certifying the re-election of Democratic Justice Allison Riggs. Riggs beat her Republican rival Jefferson Griffin in November's election by 734 votes, a tally which was confirmed by 2 recounts. Griffin is attempting to disqualify the votes of some 60,000 North Carolinians in order to overturn his loss, but has failed to provide any evidence the votes were unlawful. Here in New York, hundreds of immigrant justice activists rallied at the state capitol in Albany Wednesday to demand Governor Kathy Hochul and lawmakers immediately enact legislation to protect immigrant New Yorkers ahead of Trump's return to office. The bills include measures preventing cooperation with ICE and providing legal services to those who need it. Angel Reyes-Rivas from the group Make the Road New York says he fears for his mixed-status family.
New York State cannot be reactive. We need to be proactive. We shouldn't wait for Trump to be elected to start pushing for this, right? We need to make sure that New York State becomes a state that is an example to the nation on how to treat people, how to treat immigrants, how to uphold human rights.
And the funeral for President Carter is being held today at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. All 5 living presidents are attending. President Biden is giving the eulogy. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org.
Democrats all over the country are committing to being reactive. We are really on some World War II European appeasement BS. Yeah.
It's just pretty devastating. This is pretty devastating. I don't think LA's seen anything like this before.
It really is like a scene out of a movie. It's horrible. At least 5 people are dead and thousands of homes and buildings destroyed as wildfires continue to rage across Southern California. Let's take a live look at the Palisades right now. This is a fire here. You can see that 3-car garage, the fire, the flames are just so intense. And it's so tough to see. I mean, some people who live there are watching all of this unfold, like, oh, that's my house. Oh, that's our mall. It's just so tough to see. You know, this morning, more than 1 million people across the state there are without power. Officials say hurricane powerful winds are fueling the flames. You can see those flames really moving. That's because of all the wind there. And there's no signs of containment. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
The wildfire emergency in Southern California showing no signs of slowing overnight.
There's a new fire right there that's grown pretty quickly and is now getting closer to Runyon Canyon.
A new fire erupting in the Hollywood Hills, marching toward iconic landmarks.
Plenty of those embers are coming down on top of us.
This palm tree outside a Hollywood home catching fire, neighbors jumping into action, grabbing a ladder and hose to save that house.
The balcony was on fire and I went around the back to grab the garden hose.
Firefighters dropping water from above.
You have a whole lot of people in these cars especially coming down from the Hollywood Hills trying to get as far away from this fire as possible.
More than 130,000 people were under evacuation orders across Southern California. This map showing multiple wildfires raging across Los Angeles County, fueled by dry conditions and a rare wind event, gusts up to 100 miles per hour. Fire in Pacific Palisades, now the most destructive in Los Angeles history, leveling entire blocks, reducing grocery stores and banks to rubble. The flames tearing through highly populated and affluent neighborhoods. Mansions reduced to flaming embers. More than 2,000 homes and buildings have been damaged or destroyed from Pasadena to the Pacific coast. The Eaton fire exploding to more than 15,000 acres in just 24 hours. Flames marching down the mountains into densely packed communities, killing at least 5 people. These images show before and after the flames consumed a neighborhood in Altadena.
This is an elementary school. The building is starting to now completely fall apart. It's being pushed by these heavy winds, and as it moves, it is turning, as you can see, day into night, pitch black down that way.
The California National Guard activating more than 600 service members in what's being called a massive response. Military police helping law enforcement and firefighters. Officials confident they can get a handle on the fires after the winds die down tomorrow.
We'll have red flag conditions probably until Friday. They're going to keep that warning up. After that, everything really starts to kick into gear and we're able to really get the upper hand.
The full scope of the damage may be unknown for days. Andrew Dimbert, ABC News, New York.
There we are in the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames. Oh, whoa, and you heard that explosion there. This is the back of a home here, trees up in flames at the moment. The flames spreading to the home here again, the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue. Of course, we want to keep our distance, but we're hearing some bangs going on. We obviously don't know what's exploding, but just within the last 5 minutes, the flames have consumed this property, and it's images like this, dramatic images that we've seen all night long. The winds, the gusts, again, they're intensifying as well, which is helping fan these flames. Not only homes that have burned, we've also seen businesses and schools. We saw as the charter elementary school just went up in flames consuming the entire school, the entire property there. Also the nearby high school, the charter high school, also going up in flames. But again, just how intense it is. We're gonna have to, you see the embers there, we're gonna have to
Hey Brandy, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I've got a video from Hassan about them blaming DEI for this.
Get out of here at the moment, so I'll have to send it back to you guys.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
no,
go.
absolutely got to get out of there.
Get safe, get yourself to a better location, and we'll check back in with you, Carlos.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
This is Democracy Now! He was very upbeat about that.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to the wildfires scorching communities across Los Angeles in one of the city's most destructive firestorms in history. Over 100,000 people have been evacuated, more than 2,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and at least 5 people are dead, a toll that's expected to rise. One of 5 fires now burning started Tuesday in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood, which has now burned some 17,000 acres. The Eaton fire burned more than 10,000 acres. Fires also prompted evacuations in the Hollywood Hills and Studio City. On Wednesday, President Biden pledged assistance from the Department of Defense. This comes as Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and City Council are facing new scrutiny for cutting the fire department's funding by around 2%, while increasing the police department budget. Nearly 400 incarcerated firefighters are among those deployed to battle the fires. Democracy Now! Reached former incarcerated firefighter Amika Mota with the Sister Warriors Freedom Coalition.
You know, and many of these people are going home tonight to cells, to fire camps. Also in Malibu, you know, we have a fire camp there that is under threat. We're really concerned about the folks there. We also know that there's a youth fire camp in Malibu. So we have a lot of young people facing some pretty terrible conditions. I can also say that we're really concerned. You know, Karen Bass has ordered an evacuation within a mile of the juvenile hall in Sylmar, where we have 100 incarcerated young people. So we're also really thinking about, you know, our currently incarcerated folks that are really vulnerable to these conditions.
To see our interview with incarcerated firefighters, you can go to democracynow.org. But right now, for more on the unprecedented fires and the role of climate change, we're joined by 2 guests. In Dana Point, California, about 50 miles south of L.A., John Valiant is an award-winning journalist, author of several books, including Fire Weather on the Front Lines of a Burning World, finalist for both the Pulitzer Prize and National Book Award. And in Pasadena, we're joined by Sonali Kohatkar, who evacuated with her family, her kids, and her parents from the fires. Award-winning journalist, author, and host of the radio and TV show Rising Up with Sonali. Her forthcoming book, talking about abolition, a police-free world is possible. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Sonali, please describe what you have gone through with your family and how you escaped the fires.
Thank you so much, Amy. It's, you know, you don't expect that you're going to be in the middle of a disaster that captures international attention. And in my sleepy town of North Pasadena, I'm just 2 blocks from Altadena, that's precisely what has happened. We heard the winds rattling in the middle of the night, more ferocious than they'd ever been. We knew that we hadn't had rain in hundreds of days. And, you know, we have our neighborhood chat group and people started talking about whether they should up and leave. I have 2 elderly disabled parents, and I decided that I would evacuate them before the official evacuation notice came. And already the hotels were filling up on Monday night. You know, we luckily had power, but many of our neighbors didn't. And we've been holed up at this hotel. All the hotels are packed. The convention center up the street is packed. It's just devastating. 1,100 businesses in Altadena. This community of incredible people has been utterly devastated. The speed, the ferocity with which these winds have blown the fires has been hard to imagine. I went back yesterday to get my father's medications because he's a diabetic and we couldn't find his meds at the pharmacies, and I just, you know, risked it, went home and grabbed the medication. The air was thick with smoke and ash raining down, and all I could think of was this house that I've lived in for more than half my life. is still standing, but I don't know if it's going to be standing tomorrow or the day after. And, my husband and I, Jim and I, went back there and we thought, should we hose it down, but then it'll take water from the firefighters. The air is so bad right now that I'm sitting in the hotel lobby miles away from the fires, and the internal air is hard to breathe, and I'm having to use a mask. It is just unbelievable. I feel like it is a nightmare. And I have more than 12 people 13 people and counting now, in my network of friends who have just lost their homes. And I know many more have that I'm not even aware of. Absolutely lost their homes. I saw some of them on Saturday at my birthday party, and now their homes are gone, and I can't even picture that. And I don't know if I will have a home tomorrow or the day after, because these winds are not over. They're dry. They're rushing through ferociously. The firefighters are overstretched. There were fire trucks that were speeding past burning homes because they didn't have enough firefighters to stop and put out the fires there. And so some people are staying because they think that if they make a stand, they can, save their homes. They're risking their lives. And it's a tempting prospect because your whole life is in your home. What do I do with my parents and my kids if I don't have a home to go back to tomorrow or the day after? I don't know. It's just, it's mind-blowing. It's devastating. And no one's talking about climate change in the media. No one's talking about it. And it's just, it's frustrating. So just, if you believe in a God, pray for us.
So, John Valiant, could you respond to these devastating accounts that Sonali has just given us of what's happening and what she herself and her family have experienced as they've had to flee, and talk about this issue, the issue of climate change? You've spoken about this concept of wildland-urban interface and why we all have to understand what that means.
Yeah, good morning, Nermeen, and Sonali, I'm really, really sorry to hear what you're going through. And this might be cold comfort, but I've spent the last 8 years studying fires like this and talking to people who've gone through what you're going through right now, many of whom lost their homes ultimately. We're in a situation now, we're realizing, or LA residents are waking up to the fact that the climate really owns our communities. It owns our landscape. And LA County, the most populous urban region in the country, is now literally at the mercy of fire. And it's at the mercy of climate. And as Sonali said, it's desperately dry there, and the winds are still blowing, and the winds control these fires. So despite the fact that California is famous for its devastating fires and has lost thousands and thousands of homes over the past 30 years to major fires just like these, it's still shocking when it happens to you. I think all of us, human beings, are defended against that possibility, even when it's happening all around us. And in this case, in other parts of California, now it's LA County's moment to experience this. And nothing really prepares you for the kind of psychic and physical assault of these kinds of fires. And this notion of the wildland-urban interface, known to firefighters as the WUI, is that place where the wildland, the hills of the San Gabriel Mountains, San Fernando Valley, butt up against the built environment, the places where we live. And increasingly, very powerful fires are coming into cities, into urban spaces from these wild lands. And the interface is where they meet. And what is really alarming, and it's another thing people don't talk about, is what excellent fuel the modern house is. So these wildfires are raging through forest, which is natural. Fire is a normal part of the California landscape. But coming into these built environments, houses nowadays, the modern house has so many petroleum products in it, in terms of vinyl siding and formica counters and polyurethane stuffing and the rubber tires and the gas tanks in the garage. There are all kinds of explosive petroleum products built into our lives that we don't even think about. Look at what your shoes are made out of. When they get hot enough, they are explosively flammable. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. And if you start looking around at your home, you'll realize that petroleum and its products are everywhere. And these are really, really flammable. And in the case of LA County right now, the other kind of sort of secret accelerant is humidity. And you're down close to 0% humidity, which is drier than kindling, drier than a matchstick. And now you have entire communities that are this dry, so the fire has to do very little work to get going. And it's got these sometimes 50, 80 mile an hour winds fanning, not just fanning the flames, but really turning them into blow torches, blowing through these communities. It's devastating energy. Firefighters can't really fight it. And that's why you have such a low percentage of containment on these massive fires that have already done colossal damage.
And yet, John, you have the media, and I'm not just talking Fox, I'm talking about all the networks. They'll talk about the perfect storm that's going on now, the high winds, extremely dry weather, especially since October, but they won't talk about climate change. The weather centers should be renamed climate change centers, but this hesitance to link it to the rest of the world and to this global heating that's happening right now and what it would mean for policy as a new president comes in, whose main motto is drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, there's a real moral cowardice in evidence at the government level, at the media level. There is no doubt about the hand-in-hand connection between our obsession with fossil fuel burning, which goes back, for 200 years now, and the alterations in the climate in terms of the buildup of heat-trapping CO2 and methane. And were those companies and the governments and banks who enable them to acknowledge this, they would have to change their business model. And this kind of blind, frankly, suicidal loyalty to the status quo of keeping fossil fuels preeminent in our energy system is creating an increasingly difficult situation and unlivable situation. And I think, some billionaires were impacted over the past couple of days. Billionaires who encourage these policies, and yet their inclination is to blame the mayor, to blame the governor for conditions that predate either of their administrations. And so what we're living in right now is an increasingly shrill dissonance between the fact of climate change, the science of climate change, which is well understood by NOAA, by NASA, by many brave meteorologists who are on television and on the radio, and the governments who are serving really handmaidens to the petroleum industry and to the investors who are dependent on keeping them in business.
Well, Sonali, if you could talk about, you're one of the few journalists who's insisted on centering the issue of the climate crisis in your reporting. So if you could talk about that, and also your assessment of how the city, Los Angeles, has dealt with these devastating fires. The mayor has come under a lot of criticism. There haven't been enough firefighters, cuts to the fire department. Sonali.
Yes, thank you so much. You're right. The fact that we keep pouring money into enforcing racial capitalism, the fact that we keep pouring money into ensuring that that policing is always well funded, while fire departments are not, that our resilience, our climate resilience is not funded. That's a matter of priorities. It's something I talk about in my new book, talking about abolition. But this is, how we design city budgets is a blueprint for how we want to live. And so if we're pouring money into policing and taking money out of firefighting, if we're pouring money into, our tax dollars going to subsidizing oil companies, but not, enough subsidies to renewable energy, to electric vehicles, to climate adaptability, then we are basically reaping what we sow. And we have to be connecting these dots, because whenever you hear the sort of media coverage about these disasters, they're covered as one-offs, as isolated incidents, that here's this devastating fire, we were praying for you, you'll survive. Look at the community spirit. I don't want to have to just survive. I don't want to have to rely on community spirit and my neighbors and GoFundMe's to figure out, where I'm going to be living next. I want my tax dollars to go towards taking care of me, my community, and all of us being together. So we need a cultural shift in our country away from thinking individualistically about the biggest car we can drive and the ways in which we can protect ourselves without thinking about how we protect our community and how we're all in this together. So we have to fight for control over our budgets. We have to fight for control over the priorities that we make, pouring them into climate resiliency and adaptation, and ending the stranglehold of fossil fuels over our country and our world. We have to change that cultural mindset, and we have to push our politicians to do the right thing. And billionaires should not exist.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
11/11. I wish my shit was fixed.
Residents in Los Angeles County are waking up to continued mass devastation this morning, with thousands of homes and businesses now reduced to rubble and ash. You're looking at live pictures from the Pacific Palisades, courtesy of our affiliate KABC. At least 5 people have died in these fires, but officials expect that number to rise, sadly, as the most destructive fire is still 0% contained. CNN's Julia Vargas Jones is in Altadena. Julia, tell us what it's like there on the ground.
Well, Jake, scenes like this one, this house is still on fire. It's street after street. And you see, this vegetation, dried out California vegetation that is so ripe to just ignite as the fire makes its way through construction materials and destroying people's homes, their memories, their lives in these homes. We see on my other side here, a neighbor has a gas leak that's been going for at least a few hours since we've been here. Firefighters working tirelessly to try and contain this. As you mentioned, 0% contained. This is the Eaton fire that has come down from the Angeles National Forest in the hills that are just behind Altadena and Pasadena, these cities just east of Los Angeles. And it's ravaged through these neighborhoods. We've witnessed people here trying to make their way back to their homes, trying to check on their homes, and being faced with just rubble, skeletons of what it used to be. Meanwhile, firefighters working 36, 48-hour shifts, and we have support from National Guard and firefighters coming from as far as Oregon to help fight this. The main aspect that might change the luck of these firefighters in the coming hours is the wind, Jake. I've described this event as kind of a hurricane of fire, and it's because the winds are the most important element here in the containment of this fire. Firefighters have had a lull for the past almost 24 hours of just being able to get some aerial support with the winds not being so high, but we are expecting for them to pick up back again. this afternoon, Thursday afternoon, and it's anyone's guess what that could do. We're still looking at 10,600 acres out here in Altadena and in Pasadena and up in these hills. Who knows where that will go next? What I will say is the scale of this destruction is jarring. Driving through the streets, going through these neighborhoods, it is people's homes and it's businesses. It will take a really long time for these communities to get back to what they used to be, Jake.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to meteorologist Derek Van Dam, who's in the CNN Weather Center. Derek, what kind of conditions are we expecting in the coming hours as firefighters attempt to contain these blazes?
Yeah, residents, Jake, in Los Angeles County were encouraged to hear the sounds of helicopters, see them drop their water on the firefighting efforts here. That is a big difference from 24 hours ago when they could not fly that aircraft. So now we're getting that aerial support, at least for the time being. So the wind, as Julia was saying, is so incredibly important, an important weather factor for the flames that are still ongoing. And right now, they're generally weaker than that was 24 hours ago. But I want you to see as we go through time, through the course of your Thursday, this area will see more Santa Ana winds, picking up in intensity, 60 mile per hour ridgetop winds, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds in the canyons, the valleys, and near the coastline as well in some of the hardest hit areas. We have to wait to Friday until we experience more calm weather and wind conditions. So when we look at the 5 fires that we're monitoring right now, the 5 large fires, we've got Palisades near the coast, but the Eaton fire just north of Pasadena coming down the mountainside, threatening these homes and continuing to burn this area. The shade of red, of course, are the already burned acreage that is currently ongoing. So spot fires will ignite new fires, especially as the Santa Ana winds pick up through the course of the day today. Now I'm going to take you into Santa Monica. There's the famous pier, the shoreline there, and then going into the actual, this would be the eastern flank of the fire, western LA County near Santa Monica. You can start to see the spiral effect of the residential communities here. This fire continues to encroach on heavily populated areas of the western LA County region. In fact, satellite imagery proves just that. What an incredible sight to see the charred homes from space on this recently released satellite image. I mean, just incredible, Jake, the level of destruction from these fires that's still ongoing.
Commander, thank you so much for being with us. We've been checking in with you periodically throughout this blaze, and we talked to you overnight about the Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades. Sarah was just talking about that. What is the status this morning?
Well, this morning, the fire is approximately 17,234 acres. Currently, the winds, we still are getting an offshore flow in the Santa Ana winds, but they have subsided since what we saw the first day and a half of this incident. You know, we have firefighters deployed throughout the communities all around the perimeter and are really looking to make some headway today as we start to see the wind subside and really take an opportunity to extinguish any ignitions around structures as well as establishing perimeter control around the incident.
The people should know that the pictures on your screen right now are live from Pacific Palisades. You can see those fires raging right now. Commander just told us 17,000 acres burned. Talk to us more about the conditions today. You do expect today to be more favorable?
Yes, we're still going to see, you know, threatening winds. I don't think they're not predicted to be the magnitude that we saw the first day and a half of this incident when we were seeing sustained winds up to 50 miles an hour, gusts, you know, over 90 in some areas of the fire up at the ridge tops. So, you know, the challenges that were presented the first 2 days of this fire, day and a half roughly, where we're getting a massive ember cast and just spot fire and ignitions ahead of the main body of the fire and around structures. As the winds subside, we expect that to reduce today, but we'll be prepared and we're continuing to bring resources in from across the state as well as outside of the state of California through mutual aid and to really hopefully as the winds die down, we could start to get a little bit more progress on perimeter control today.
Do you anticipate more evacuations will be necessary?
That's a continuous evaluation throughout. It will be throughout the course of this incident until we, you know, have really solid containment. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will occur today, but we are always in the planning phase. We'll have messaging early if that does occur. But if the winds do die down today, we're hoping to make some significant progress.
How is water availability at this moment to fight these fires? I know in some places you are taxing resources.
Yeah, we did tax the water system the first day and a half. Worked with the local water agencies. They've been able to provide some supplemental water through water trucks, or what we call water tenders. It was a challenge early. No reports overnight of any issues with water pressure. We're bringing a lot more engines in ahead of the initial attack in that first day too, which allows us to be more mobile, move water around the incident, as well as requesting more water trucks. So we've worked around some mitigations for that, and the water system is starting to stabilize.
Well, that is good news. And we just showed pictures before of fighting these blazes from the air, a helicopter there. I know the fires were so fierce and the winds so strong at certain times that you were not able to do that. Are you able to get those air resources in at this time?
Yeah, we've had helicopter water dropping helicopters up working all night. The first day it was very challenging. There was aircraft up, but we really have to gauge the safety and the effectiveness of what they're able to accomplish. So last night we had 7 helicopters up water dropping, as well as some aerial supervision and intelligence platforms. So that was a bonus and really helpful as the winds died down, or were not at the scale they were the first day and a half of this incident.
Again, that is good news. 7 helicopters out working overnight. What's your biggest concern this morning?
Just going to be continue to be the winds, even though they might be predicted to not be sustained winds like they were. Any gust could throw an ember across the line. We could get ignitions around structures that were not impacted. So we'll do our due diligence, make sure that we continue to staff the areas of the fire that have the potential for structural loss heavily, and really look for those opportunities to gain perimeter control on this incident.
All right, Jim Hudson, I know it's been a long few days for you. It will be a long day ahead. Thank you so much for sharing all this new information.
Just through your thoughts when you see these wildfires and these pictures coming out of Los Angeles and the rate at which these fires are spreading in.
You see, the warnings have been out from the fire science and research community for a long time that conditions like this will be more frequent. We heard it in the documentary before. The weather conditions, the climatic conditions are calling for these incidents more and more. The mix with a vulnerable population, exposed properties, settlements, infrastructure, and the terrain makes it a fantastic, and this sounds sarcastic, but a fantastic condition for fires like this. And there's nothing you can do in a responsive phase now. The only choice that people would have is shift completely to a proactive role in managing the land, managing the fuel, and accept that there will be fire in the future.
Right, and hearing that cry from that gentleman in that report saying that there must be something that we can do to mitigate the effects of these wildfires as they're experiencing it every year, if not multiple times a year. But of course, with the incoming Trump administration, many believe that that is unlikely to happen given their stance towards the climate crisis. How much of this is happening due to the climate crisis, though?
The climate is providing let's call it the enabling environment for these fires. But climate itself does not ignite fires, and climate itself does not contribute to spreading fires and to the intensity of the fires. And the resident that was on film here watering his garden, complaining about not enough proactiveness, is watering a garden that is very flammable in itself. So the proactiveness is not to be expected to come from the government only. It also has to be each and every resident in this area, and converting his own house, his own landscape, his own garden to a less flammable, more resilient structure, instead of living in a green, because they water it, flammable environment, and then calling for proactiveness. The proactiveness has to start with every one of us in the first place.
This, of course, is having a huge impact on the wildlife and the ecosystems there across Los Angeles. How much damage are these wildfires causing?
As you can see from the pictures, also the picture in your background, these are fires with burning extreme intensities. They are way beyond the threshold of control. So the impact of these very severe fires can be no way compared to the other extreme. If you would choose the time of your controlled burn, of your prescribed burn under mild conditions. So what we see here is effects that will recover, that will take a long time for, and very difficult measures to recover that landscape and to restore it before erosion sets in, before soil loss is even increased by rain and erosion, or maybe the invasion of alien invasive species that overgrow these areas. So it is a major task in recovery and restoration for these landscapes, let alone the infrastructure and the houses, of course.
Indeed. Senior fire ecologist Alexander Held, thank you so much for being with us here on the NewsHour and sharing that analysis with us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dollar Tree Sebastian Gorka. Good job. Okay, so we have made a new email and we have made a new Kik account. I think that's the only solution. And so I got to start over on Kik and get 75 fucking followers. But it's probably, I mean, it's going to take me a couple weeks to get monetized. So, y'all, I'm begging, please hit those dono links. They denied it. But, yeah. Yeah, so what happened? Was that when I made my Stripe account, for some reason it was like my business name, like it was like there was already a Stripe account linked with that email, and the business name was a name that I go by on other sites. So when it looked up that person and that business, it pulled up not safe for work content. So we got to start over. So everyone, please follow the backup Kik account, Adrienne Vixen. Yes. I am online on Kik, but I lost. Kik is like it's like a Twitch clone. It's a gaming streaming platform, and I am trying to co-opt it and do politics on it. Because I was banned from Twitch. CJ, thank you for the tip. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm currently under Adrienne Vixen, the same username. This one should be live. Did that work? Mods help. Yeah, so that one is live, but I lost monetization on that one yesterday. So thanks, Wine Hoarder. All right. But yeah, that's the plan, is we're gonna just grind a new account up, try to get 75 followers over there, get some subbies over there. It's been a rough start to the year. And you know, if anyone has like job suggestions besides streaming that they think I could do, like that they could help me get those jobs, like I'm open to that. Okay. So, reset.
Climate change deniers are now somehow blaming wildfires on black people, some of the most innovative racism I've ever seen. Los Angeles deliberately set out to exclude white men from becoming firefighters, and now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning to the ground. DEI is a cancer that destroys everything it touches. Dude, you are out of your mind, dude. This is a statement that is so utterly insane. What is going on, dude? I saw one tweet of someone blaming lesbian firefighters. Here's Derek Evans, who was arrested at the Capitol, if you recall, and lost his position as a former member of the West Virginia House of Representatives. Derek Evans is in the Capitol, he said on January 6, 2021. He was so stupid that he live streamed himself doing an insurrection and subsequently lost his job and even withstood some legal repercussions. Once again, Derek Evans is right here finding the exact people to yell at. California residents are losing their entire neighborhoods. Do you think a single person has stopped to think, oh, well, at least we have a lesbian fire chief who hired a bunch of unqualified people based on DEI, or no water to fight the fires, but at least we saved a Delta smelt. Yeah, it's those pesky lesbian firefighters that are the problem here. Here's more. Luckily, Los Angeles has its first female and LGBTQ fire chief. Rob Taylor responds, and that's significant. Why? I don't know her, but I hope she was just the best person for the job. If not, the community pays the price. Here is Libs of TikTok also making sure that everybody understands that the fire chief is a lesbian and therefore bad at her job. And that's the reason why these fires are ripping through the Palisades.
Our department is launching its first ever Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau. It is dedicated to ensuring a fair and equal workplace environment.
Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero is live in North Hollywood with more on what it entails and why it's necessary.
I'm sorry, you are the most delusional person on the planet. If you look at a fire that's ripping through these densely slammed neighborhoods, and your first inclination is, oh, I would sure hate that a lesbian woman is fighting these fires. You're out of your mind, dude. What are you talking about? I don't care what the background of the person is that's braving the flames. Like, what are we doing at this point? This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Absolutely no one should care about this unless you are so pathetically lasered in on the background of the person. You care more about that than the job that they're doing. Like, imagine pointing the finger at the person who is currently fighting these wildfires as you sit at home thousands of miles away, safe, okay? And being like, you know who's the real problem here? The people that are fighting these fires. Los Angeles recently appointed its very first female LGBTQ fire chief with the goal of recruiting more women and gay firefighters. Like, who cares? We need more firefighters in general. Who cares if they are gay or women or gay women or trans? Like, I don't care. Why would I care? Why would you care? When someone is pulling you out of a burning building, do you go, are you a homosexual, sir? Because if so, yuck, I would rather die.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I said, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Like, she's talking about the number of firefighters, not specifically the number of gay firefighters. She's saying there is not like a finite amount of firefighters necessary because we have wildfires that are massive, okay? It doesn't matter what their background is. Isn't the worry that there might have been a more qualified non-DEI candidate? That is what they're trying to claim. But it is so stupid. It is so pathetically idiotic to make that assertion. especially when it comes to firefighting in a place like Los Angeles. I have friends that have been able to get these jobs. These are some of the most difficult to get jobs out of like any public service position. Okay, any public servant position. Do you understand? Like, you think that they're lowering the qualifications because someone is gay? It doesn't matter what their background is. You still have to go through tremendous amounts of training. It takes years. It is insanely competitive. Just know that whenever someone says, oh, we're hiring the worst people possible because they're gay, they're wrong. That's just not how anything works. They're just assuming that because someone is gay or lesbian or trans or whatever, that they're doing a worse job overall. It's just a way to imagine that these people are bad and worse for the position overall because of their background. That's it. The argument is, if you change who you are hiring exclusively, you have an unlimited well of potential that you can tap into. Even Michael Treacy is like, do you have any evidence that this person is incompetent at her profession? The bio says she's a 22-year vet of the LAFD and was previously battalion chief, assistant chief, deputy chief, and chief deputy. These cheap swipes based on identity traits are getting tiresome. Looking at a person who has spent the last 22 years of her career combating fires in one of the most competitive job markets out there, okay? One of the most competitive job markets out there. It's still desperately underfunded. Firefighters should get funded more. They should be allowed to have unions and all of that good stuff, okay? Having said that, however, this is one of the most, like, you have to be the most qualified person to be able to reach this level. And you look to this and you go, well, she's a lesbian woman, so obviously she's unqualified. They only put her in that position because she's a lesbian woman. It's ridiculous. The automatic assumption that like a white dude is going to be better than this woman is crazy. Meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Cowley. She boasts about being the first female LGBTQ fire chief in the LA Fire Department. Promoting a culture of DEI is her priority. Does this make you feel safer? Yeah. I don't think anyone, even like people responding to her are like, I don't think anyone in LA area going through the fires right now gives a flip about whether or not she's an LGBTQ fire chief. Like, how stupid? Like, how insanely stupid? These people have brainworms, dude. They have brainworms. Like, the first thing that you look to in a situation like this is whether or not a person that's like somehow responsible for the evacuation or the you know, the recovery efforts that are taking place, if they're gay or not, you're a psychopath. It's so strange to me. Of course, Donald Trump, where in the endless well of depravity and mania, we covered some people immediately rushing to be like, you know why this happened? Because the fire chief is a lesbian. DEI equals die, they said. But Donald Trump decided to once again, just like everything else, turn this around into a partisan issue. This time, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom is responsible.
He said on Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, the blame for this. I want to bring in an exceptional group of reporters here. Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne Caldwell of The Washington Post, and Nia Malika Henderson of Bloomberg, and of course, CNN. What a day.
News scum.
I want to start with you, Tamara, because you cover the White House, the outgoing and the incoming, obviously. And there's no surprise here that Donald's response to these fires, which are still very out of control, is to blame the Democratic governor. We saw when he was in office the first time around, when there were fires, he blamed him for different aspects, or the other governor for different aspects, including not raking the
Kind of a really cynical question, but do you think these fires have destroyed Gavin Newsom's chances for 2028? I think Gavin Newsom's chances for 2028 were already destroyed because of the fact that a lot of people hate him for both, silly reasons, woke and gay California, and for good reasons, an exploding housing market crisis that has created one of the worst homelessness crises in the country. No, California is going to be eligible realistically in 2028. Yeah. Or, and this is perhaps a much scarier prediction, a Californian will win, but it will be similar to the Californians that have won in the past. Two very notorious politicians from the state of California have become very infamous both Nixon and Ronald Reagan. California used to be a red state. We could get a Californian president. He would just have to be a Republican, and California would turn Republican again, as it once was. Maybe the Republican that comes out of California will be Shaky Gurga.
What we're looking at are live pictures of neighborhoods in LA County burning. I mean, the roof there is literally on fire. And as we heard from local officials, LA officials in the last hour, they just can't.
Yeah, the only lesson Trump learned from the last time around is that he has to, one, make sure that everyone in his corner is firmly within his corner. Okay, no more fake friends. And two, there are literally no repercussions if you are popular enough and if you never back down. That's it. So he's going to be more vindictive and worse this time around. Dude, this is a crazy take. Climate change deniers are now somehow blaming wildfires on black people. Some of the most innovative racism I've ever seen. Los Angeles deliberately set out to exclude white men from becoming firefighters. And now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning to the ground. DEI is a cancer that destroys everything it touches. Dude, you are out of your mind, dude. This is a statement that is so utterly insane. What is going on, dude? The chief said it. Yeah, the chief said there are not enough firefighters to fight 4 massive wildfires when there are 80-mile winds that are blowing the fire. It's impossible to contain it. That is normal, okay? Because what is going on is abnormal. The proper preventative measure would have been to train and hire more firefighters, but that would require money beforehand, okay? More money to be spent on training firefighters beforehand. That is a real problem, okay? What is crazy, and remember, 30% of firefighters that fight these wildfires are literally slaves in the prison system in the state of California, woke California. Remember that. So like even under normal circumstances, they don't have enough people. You're late to the party. Some publications are doing exactly that. What is E&E News? Trump seizes on California wildfires to roast endangered fish. Dems. The president-elect has long begrudged efforts to protect the Delta smelt, siding with critics who argue that water flows will be better used by farms and cities. In comments posted to True Social, Trump criticized Governor Gavin Newsom over state and federal efforts to bolster water flows for an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. Trump has long begrudged efforts to protect the tiny Delta smelt, a 3-inch fish that lives in the Sacramento San Joaquin River Delta in California, siding with critics who argue that flows from a major state water source would be better used by farmers in major cities rather than environmental needs, including wildlife habitat. How come they don't use water from the ocean? They do. They do use water from the ocean, even though salt water is obviously very damaging to the infrastructure. But at that point, you know what's more damaging? Fire. But they do use water from the ocean. We watched them take water out of the ocean and dump it. When ecosystems crash before they've taken out too many Jenga blocks from the web of life, he'll say, who knew that smelt was important? Just a 3-inch fish. No one had any idea. He just hates the fish. He just hates this one tiny fish. I don't know. Look, I'm not I'm not a scientist, okay? But everything that I know about the environment is that it's held together by ticker tape, okay? It's a very delicate ecosystem. Eviscerating an entire species from said ecosystem will probably have genuine consequences, like really bad, really negative consequences, I suspect. Once again, not a scientist. Greta Thunberg was warning us about climate catastrophe while politicians were reacting with total indifference and bragging about escalating fossil fuel production. Yeah, the Greta Thunberg take from Fartlo. Has Greta Thunberg taken her cafe off to address the fires in LA? Or are there too many Jews living here for her to be concerned? Fartlo.
Hey, Joker. Love you. Follow the new Kick account. everybody.
The Biden Justice Department has announced on Tuesday that it is suing several large landlords for allegedly colluding to keep Americans' rents high. Now, this comes as renters continue to struggle with higher costs for renting, as well as incomes that can't really keep up. By using both an algorithm to help set rents and privately sharing sensitive information with competitors to boost their profits, these companies had been essentially ripping people off. Okay. Now, the latest figures show that half of American renters spent more than 30% of their income on rent and utilities in 2022, which is an all-time high. So this has major results, and you wonder why people are very angry with the status quo, why Gen Z is miserable and has no hope. Okay, this is why they can't afford rent, much less their groceries, the healthcare. This is why the families with children are facing the highest eviction rates, with 1.5 million evicted each year, according to Princeton University's eviction lab. Where do they go? Sometimes they're lucky enough to stay with family members. Sometimes they end up on the street, where, in some cases, or a lot of cases, especially now, they get arrested for public camping. And you look at that and you wonder, why even have children? Okay, why even have, hey, Republicans always tell us, yeah, can't feed them, don't breed them, right? Okay, well, a lot of younger people are saying, well, I can't afford them, so I guess I'm not going to have them. And these same Republicans are now screaming about, oh my God, nobody's having families anymore. Destruction of the family. Well, you know what has destroyed families? Capitalism. That's what's destroying families in this country. The inability for people, for families, to afford anything, to afford a place to live. And again, it's because of these companies that are illegally colluding. The issue here, okay, with not being able to afford rent is not because you're eating too much avocado toast or having too many lattes. No, no, it's because of stuff like this. Okay, and wages that can't keep up. Now, look, housing. Obviously, there's a lot of different issues with the price of housing. You can't blame it all on the collusion, right? But this is a part of it. But there are supply issues, right? You got these investors, these big corporations, many that are foreign, multinational, and I've got some details on that. On one of the companies involved here. But these investors have been buying up single-family homes and putting them up for rent for years. And they'll go and they'll undercut regular, family buyers with these all cash offers. And so, yeah, the bank will take that. But, sellers will take that. They'll be like,
Thanks,
of
Johnny.
course I'll take this cash offer. Sometimes above market value. And then, of course, what does that do? When they, buy these homes and they put them up all for rent, drives up home prices for one, because it, reduces supply. And then you've got less supply and you've got these unscrupulous giant corporations that are just raising the rents. It's a disastrous situation. Okay. And look, there's also a lack of new homes that get built. There does need to be new homes that are built. But of course, you also got to prevent them from being bought up by these same companies. And there's also lack of affordable housing because you have a lot of people that are like, not in my backyard. So there's a lot of different issues, right? But for this, the Department of Justice has been focused on these landlords, these 6 major landlords that have been using AI algorithms and have been colluding to set these rent prices higher. The department, along with 10 states, including North Carolina, Tennessee, Colorado, and California, are accusing 6 landlords that collectively operate more than 1.3 million units in 43 states and the District of Columbia of scheming to avoid lowering the rents or just raising the rents. Now, one of them happens to be Greystar Real Estate Partners, LLC. Okay, this is a multinational firm, all right? Not just an American company. Now, Greystar is the largest apartment manager in the United States with over 726,826 units as of 2023. They have assets worth around $76 billion spread across 17 countries. Yeah. Now, they put out a statement in their website, of course, saying Greystar has and will conduct its business with the utmost integrity. At no time did Greystar engage in any anti-competitive practices. We will vigorously defend ourselves in this lawsuit. Right. Now, Greystar, the reason I read their statement here is because of how hilarious it is, okay, that this company has, is saying like that. We utmost integrity, when they've had some issues, okay? In 2019, for example, Greystar was sued for violating consumer protection law. Yeah. How so? And for what? Greystar was charged with gathering extensive personal identifying information about tenants without knowledge or consent. This was filed in a Los Angeles County Superior Court. Okay. At 5 Greystar-owned apartment buildings, the company collected information about its tenants' character and general reputation. Why were they collecting this information? Don't know. Not good. Not good. Maybe selling it to third parties even. Maybe talking to other apartment complexes, other apartment owners and saying, well, don't rent to that person. Their character is not good. Their reputation is bad. Now, there's more. In June of 2019, the company was sued for negligence. That's right. A crane had collapsed on the apartments owned by Greystar in Old East Dallas, causing serious injury to numerous tenants and the death of a woman. This company was required to pay about $860 million in damages to 17 plaintiffs, including the parents of the deceased woman, for violating safety regulations. Apparently, they put a Greystar sign on top of the crane for some reason. It doesn't make any sense why they would do that. That's just one of the violations. Now, in 2022, a tenant at a Greystar property in Charlotte, North Carolina, filed a lawsuit against the company, alleging that they had failed to perform necessary building maintenance. So there's some slumlord activity here. And then in January 2024, a tenant at a Greystar property in Lakewood, Colorado, had sued Greystar over some junk fees that the company added to her monthly rent. That same month, Greystar charged a Loveland, Colorado family $4,140 in lease-breaking penalty fees following the death of the lease's primary signer. So wait, the guy who signed the person who signed the lease dies, and they're like, we're going to charge you over $4,000 for breaking that lease. How dare you die? What the hell? All right. And by the way, that's just one of the companies in this lawsuit. The other is RealPage, right? One of the others, I should say, that worked with all of these different companies. Now, RealPage is not a rental company, okay? They don't run any properties, but they do run an algorithm that recommends rental prices to landlords. They were sued, okay, along Greystar and the other, 5 other companies. Prosecutors said the algorithm used sensitive competitive information, which allowed landlords to align prices and avoid competition that would otherwise push down rents. Instead, they made it go the other way. The lawsuit accuses the landlords of sharing sensitive data on rent and occupancy with competing firms via email.
Adrienne Vixen got demonetized on Kick? What? They got demonetized on Kick too? Like, they took away ad or... Okay, everybody, please make sure you follow our comrade Adrienne. They absolutely need your support right now. Hold on, I got a thing. Follow our comrade Adrienne on Kick, please. There's the link right there. Any direct support you can send to Comrade Adrienne is greatly appreciated. So please go to the Kick thing. I'm sure that Adrienne has some commands and stuff in their channel that will allow you to figure out how you can do direct donations or support the comrade. Please consider doing that. Okay? Oh, wait, Oh, I gotta... Okay, hold on. Let me... Oh, my goodness. Good thing I don't save my VOD. I didn't mean to open that there. Okay. Wow.
Sorry, I'm doing some maintenance.
Do they know what what the old account got banned for? Said Sapphic? That's ridiculous.
Hold on, chat.
Okay, Frank, thank you. Yes,
phone calls or in groups. The information shared allegedly included renewal rates, how often they accept an algorithm's price recommendation, the use of concessions such as offering a month free, and even their approach to pricing for the next quarter. So, wow, massively anti-competitive behavior. Colluding to profiting off an already massively inflated housing market and rental market is absolutely disgusting. You know, people have to have a place to live. It's not negotiable. You have to live somewhere, okay? And if you cannot buy, which in many places, especially cities, you're priced out, mainly because, housing costs are so high, down payments are so high, that because of the supply issue, the other issues that I mentioned earlier in the video, right? So you can't buy a house. Okay, well, maybe you can rent it. Oh, sorry, these companies have been jacking up the rent. And, hey, if you have credit issues, well, then you're going to have a real problem with being able to, afford to rent this place. And then you've got the first month's rent, last month's rent, security deposit, all that stuff. And they're charging you all these extra stuff, plus your junk fees and all that, while at the same time colluding behind the scenes with each other to keep the rents high. And if you can't afford these exorbitant prices, then, well, the government's not really going to help you. I mean, the voucher programs that do exist have sometimes years-long waiting lists. Okay, and unfortunately, municipal governments, local state governments have invested a lot more money into police than they have in making sure that people can afford to, or are able to get some help to be able to afford the rent. So, and by the way, they invest in these police forces, which has the effect of going after homeless people. Homeless people get incarcerated and end up being used as prison labor for corporations. Yeah, it's essentially a slave labor force, because guess what? Slave labor is legal if you go through the prison system in this country. So that's the reality that we're living in now. Dystopia isn't coming. It's already here. It already exists. Now, that said, the Justice Department has said that one of the 6 landlords has agreed to cooperate with prosecutors, and a proposed settlement would restrict how the company could use their competitors' data and algorithms to set rents. So that's one of these companies. There's plenty more who are actually planning to fight against this lawsuit. I hope they're not successful. I hope the DOJ. Look, I don't have a lot of hope for this continuing under Trump, this case. But if it does, I hope they win. I mean, that'd be a hell of a win for the Trump administration. In their Department of Justice, if they continue this case and actually get a huge win from these companies. Because it's obvious that more needs to be done. Everybody knows that this is a problem. And it's one of the big reasons, one of the many economic reasons that people took a chance on Donald Trump. So everybody knows it needs to get done, that we need to hold these companies accountable. And there's plenty more to do. But at least, hey, it's a start. And hopefully Trump administration continues this case. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, subscribe, hit the bell icon in order to get notified.
Welcome in, Priest of Hades. You're from Korea? That's cool. Welcome.
As a little bit of a segue here, unless you had more on Jimmy Dore, the real problem, I think, Gavin, I've been listening to the Young Turks, the home of progressives, and I think the real problem is that the left we're just not very good drinking buddies. I always thought Gavin and I were great drinking buddies. I always thought that I was a really experienced drinking buddy. I even offered to let bygones be bygones and buy a couple rounds for our man, Cenk Uygur.
I know, we both did multiple times on this show. We've extended the offer. At one point, I think I even said, come to this fucking house. It's not even my house. It's your fucking house. I invited Cenk to it. I was like, come on, bro. We'll get you the beer. We'll have a pitcher of fucking beer.
100. But, for whatever reason, he just doesn't think the left's very good drinking buddies. Let's hear from the horse's mouth. Let's hear what his most recent gripe with the left is.
Also, this is a recent video, but it says gear up for 2024. Does he mean gear? I think it's supposed to say gear up for 2025. Right?
LOL. It would be supposed to say that, but that there's budget costs because it shows like the Vanguard were taking food out of their mouth.
They can't update their graphics. I'm like, come on, bro. It's literally like not 2024 anymore.
8 days, 7 days. This came out last night. Anyway, shout out to Hank for sending me this link.
The 3 rules I laid down for the internet, I laid them down. I suggested for the internet, if people like them, both for the right and the left wing, is when we disagree, we fight. Afterwards, we have a beer together. And number 3 is when we agree, we unite, right? But what has been the reaction to that? Everybody agrees with rule number 1 and rule number 3. Actually, some on the left say, no, I don't even agree to rule number 3. If they come to us and adopt our position, they're still Nazis and racists, and I hate them and I'll never talk to them. And I won't even take yes for an answer. I won't take yes. I'll say no. I'll flip my position and become a right winger just to defy the MAGA guys. So that's
insane projection in this clip. We have more to get to, but I just wanted to ask, Gavin, why have you changed all of your opinions because Cenk has them and other right wingers have them, and now you're the real Republican, not him, man?
Oh, what can I say? He called us out, bro. We're the actual grifters or something. We're the actual right wingers or something.
TikTok to me, okay? But for the beer part, that's the most illustrative because every right winger I've talked to, host or audience member, says, "Oh yeah, definitely." They're willing to have a beer with trans people, Muslims, you name it, anyone. They say, "Oh yeah, we'll have a beer."
They're not though.
I go to the left and they're like, "A beer with fellow Americans?" No,
They're
our
not
job's to hate
though.
them. Well, all right. Look, that's not.
They're willing to have a beer with a trans person whose identity they don't respect. Like, they're willing to have a beer with a trans person that they can misgender the entire time. The fuck? And I know plenty of racists. I mean, plenty of racists. I don't know that many racists personally, but like, I've come across racists in the world who absolutely would not have a beer with a person of color. This is complete and utter horseshit.
That's not the left that I know and love. The left I know and love is our audience that has open minds and open hearts and is more inclusive and believes in diversity and doesn't say that they despise half the country so much that they think that they're all racist, all Nazis, and they'll never.
Yo, Pep Talks, how's it going? Everyone subscribe to Pep Talks over on YouTube. Punk Rose, what's up? Good to see you.
Never have a beer with them. They'll never even talk to them. That's not the left that I grew up in. That's not the left that I believe in. And that's not the left, period. What? That's a closed-minded and
it's so funny too because Cenk used to be the I just can't get over the outrageous hypocrisy, and we've talked about it a million times, of course. But Cenk used to be the most caustic on the whole platform in this whole community when it came to dealing with right wingers. Like his approach, his theory back in the day was that you do catch more flies with a fly swatter than with honey or vinegar. You know what I'm saying? You gotta fucking convince people with aggression. You got to smack down their bullshit and tear down their house of cards, with force and say, no, you're fucking wrong. This is stupid. This is fascist. This is racist, etc. That's how you change minds, not by pandering to people, not by saying, oh, let me see if I can.
Cenk was a Republican until he started TYT.
And work around the margins on the other 10.
Or no, I mean, basically until, he started TYT. Like in his mid 30s, not like just like a kid.
That's not how you're ever going to convince someone, let alone a fucking diehard Republican. It's crazy. So yeah, it's outrageous. And again, he went on left-wing shows. He went on Francesca's show. She was more than respectful to him. He went on Mark Lamont Hill's show. At the end, after the debate, Mark Lamont Hill was like, yeah, bro, I appreciate you coming on. Mad respect. You've done a lot. I think you're cool. Let's, have another conversation soon. That's exactly what Francesca said. She was like, yeah, we both got a little bit angry, but here we are. It's all good. I respect you. You respect me. Thanks for the conversation. That's how this fucking goes. Who's not down for a beer? Everyone is. What the fuck is this?
100%. It's crazy. It's his made up war and self-persecution. I think Sam Cedar referred to it as his own war on Christmas, right? He has to pretend that there's a war on the Young Turks so that he can motivate himself to give a shit. I think that's really what it is. We've talked a lot about how Cenk really wanted to transition out of doing a daily news show. And Gavin and I also have good conversations on how do we make sure that we can do this for 25 years.
That was it. That was the only clip. Okay.
It's given me a more robust and comprehensive view of what our political landscape really looks like. You know, not everyone on the right, you know, is holding tiki torches and marching while saying the Jews will not replace us in Charleston. Okay, that's not indicative of all Trump supporters.
See, right there, dude. Look at that. And she's laughing about it. She says, not everyone on the right is carrying tiki torches and screaming, Jews will not replace us. But not everyone on the right is that. But all of those guys that are on the right. That's a problem. So you're saying not everyone on the right are the tiki torch guys. And so therefore the right's actually got some good to it. But like none of those people are on the left. And she's got nothing but animosity towards the left. So how is it that she forgives the party that makes a home for this tiki torch guys? And they're cool with that. It's like not all Trump supporters are that, but the ones who aren't like that are willing to lock arms with those motherfuckers in support of Trump. And that's okay with Anna. That's like no loss of integrity there. But the left-wingers who don't have anything like that, they're like
same. I was like, I don't know about this, but I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to add it. And if it's horrible, I'll critique it.
Out of pocket. Like, okay, explain how that works. Because I'm sorry, guys, but when I look at a political party, I look at like, where are the racist and degenerate assholes? What party are they in? And whatever party they're in, I am automatically the other party, man. You know, but that's crazy. She's really saying, hey, man, they're not all like rabid fucking tiki torch carrying anti-Semitic racists. They're not all of them, just part of the parties. Just only some of Trump's supporters are like that. So therefore, I have this whole new respect for Trump, and they're laughing about it. They're like charmed, like they're not even remotely concerned that those tiki torch carrying anti-Semitic, like racist shitbags are in their fucking party. They're absolutely saying, oh, like you guys aren't nearly as bad as everyone says, because only some of you are in the KKK. But those leftists, like, oh, they're just mean.
So did you have any internal struggle on coming out as forcefully as you have with some of the problems of the Democratic Party? Or was it never a question for you like, no, I'm just going to say what I feel?
In the beginning, of course, there's a lot of fear. You know what's coming. I expected a lot of the backlash I'm getting to happen. But to be honest with you, it's actually been a lot worse than I expected. And so I'm going through it right now.
I think we need to make it even worse, dude. I really do. I think we need to bury Cenk and Anna, and it's like full MAGA. All right, you guys, you may as well grab a fucking tiki torch, motherfuckers, because we're gonna board up the left-wing shack and give you guys the fucking boot. That's what I think.
I
is
don't
what she's
buy
saying.
into some of the criminal justice reform narratives that we heard following the protests and riots of 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Turns out that a lot of these policies...
The protests and riots of 2020. She's still talking about
The
4 years
riots.
ago. Hey, tell you what, Anna. I live in Portland, right? Which was the epicenter of the protests and riots in 2020. Okay? I actually was there with my kid and my girlfriend. We locked arms with the wall of moms, pushing the cops back at that federal building. But this idea that, oh, shit, riots, right? Protests. I mean, all of that, though, was like, what were they protesting? They were protesting the cops killing a black man, right? Derek Chauvin putting his leg on the neck of a black man. Well, guess what, Anna? What just happened? Here we are. You're complaining about the protests from 2020 that are over. But guess what? The thing that caused the protests, an unarmed black man being murdered by a fucking law enforcement officer. Well, guess what just happened last motherfucking week? Another unarmed black man in handcuffs got savagely beat to death by a group of fucking police officers. But you're mad about the protests. You're mad about the burning buildings, but you're not mad that the thing keeps happening. That's fucked up that you're still crying about a few broken windows from 4 fucking years ago. But goddamn, if the unarmed black men aren't still getting fucking murdered. Like, bro, what are we even talking about? That shit is some bullshit, bro.
We have to recalibrate. I mean, I think this past election was just a major data set proving that what I'm saying here is correct.
Dude, this last election, more people voted for not Trump than Trump, and he won by 1.4%. I mean, dude, why do they keep acting like this? You know, the Republicans win the popular vote once in 30 years, and they act like they won 20 Super Bowls in a row. It's like, what are you talking about?
Other left-wing content creators who have seen this as an opportunity to essentially cut corners and steal a portion of our audience by feeding into this narrative and making it bigger than it really is.
Oh, do you see that? Oh, shit. Dude, yeah, she's mad at like people that are stealing TYT's audience. She's like, oh, some of the left-wing content creators are manipulating the fact that I'm doing shows only with right-wing people, and now they're stealing our audience. Yeah, good. We're all going to steal your audience because you don't fucking deserve it, Anna. Trump barely won. Dude, he didn't even win the majority of the votes.
You don't deserve.
Kamala didn't have.
You don't deserve an audience that you're continuously lying to, and misleading, and fear mongering to, and spreading mis and disinformation about marginalized people to. Like, you don't deserve. It's not cutting corners to call you out and be like, hey, I actually do care about these things. Come watch me instead.
You know, some people who decided they weren't going to show up for her, people like Anna Kasparian here, her own party who voted against her because they were mad about Dick Cheney. Trump wouldn't have even won, bro. Like, what the are we talking about here?
The people they hear from the most are the activists who show up to these government functions and these city council meetings. You know, Mayor London Breed of San Francisco, who just lost her re-election bid, I remember when she started to get a little tough on cracking down on open air drug markets and things like that. As she was giving an outdoor press conference, one of these activists literally hurled a brick at her. Yeah. I mean, they're under
That's
threat
terrible.
if they dare to deviate even a little bit.
But see, again, though, anybody who would hurl a brick at London Breed, that's a mentally unstable person. That is not a left-wing activist. Like, come on. Like, oh my God, somebody hurled a brick, so therefore all the left-wing activists are bad. Yes, the sample size of one, she was just like, not everybody in the Republican Party, not all Trump supporters are chanting Jews will not replace us. But she's like, one left-wing activist threw a brick. I'm fucking done with those motherfuckers. Now, guys, in this one instance, I had to follow up after the show specifically about this brick incident with London Breed in San Francisco, because this really illustrates how far Anna Kasparian will go to distort the truth in order to do this right-wing hand jive thing that she's doing. So first off, I'm going to throw some graphics here up on the screen about this story. A woman who threw a brick in the direction of city officials was arrested. And in fact, that brick wasn't thrown at London Breed. It was a group of people that came to see this press conference. Some of them were protesters. And this woman had been living in a homeless shelter. She was having bouts of mental illness. Her mother said that she struggled with bipolar disorder. So here again, it was not a left-wing activist. And it wasn't even a prominent left-wing voice. It was just an unhoused person grappling with some mental illness. But Anna presents it as though this is the left-wing activist way. She's so disingenuous.
We need police, okay? We need police who are better trained. We also need a prison system that actually rehabilitates people.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm totally
prison
in favor
system
of
is
prison
literally
reform.
sex
But when I
slavery.
woke
Yeah,
up-
you know what we do need though, Anna, is we need cops to stop beating the shit out of black men and murdering them. Can we add that to the menu? Or like, goddamn, if we did that, maybe the riots would stop, right? The riots or the protests, right?
In recent years is a lot of these activists aren't about reforming the system so it rehabilitates people, so we lessen the chances of recidivism. They really just want to abolish the system overall, meaning do away with the prisons, do away with the police.
I don't necessarily know that they want to abolish the police. I think they want to do a complete reform, but like nobody wants to just go back to the fucking Wild West. Even defunding the police wasn't even about eradicating the cops. It was very simple and easy to understand. It was to
most activists just mean defund and reform. However, when I say abolish the police, I mean it literally.
reduce funding in the police and use some of that funding for mental health care, for social services. When a crime has been committed and the victims are there, let's send some people that can tend to the victims and maybe not send 7 jugheads with there so they can stomp all over the victims, not be helpful to them at all, and maybe shoot an innocent person because they're all amped up.
But just the number of police retiring early or the failure to recruit new police officers as a result of the job being less desirable as a result of those protests, you know, that police shortage has had devastating ramifications, locally speaking. And so we should learn from that and move forward in a way that makes sense, that actually values public safety, but also understands that there are instances where police can go too far. So what can we do to mitigate that?
Yeah, what can we do? Well, guess what, Anna? You like that Trump guy. You said Trump is not bad. You know, we got to remain open to the Trumpies, but you just said it's really important to you to mitigate the abuses coming from police. But you seem to support the guy who wants to give all police complete and total immunity so they could do this Robert Brooks shit any day of the week. They could do this every day. They could handcuff a black guy and beat him to death. They could handcuff you, Anna Kasparian, a woman, and take you in the back of the police car and run a fucking train on you. And then Trump would be like, well, they were on duty. Immunity. Sorry, Anna. Right? Hope you enjoyed them. Like, I mean, hello.
Trump flipped 10 blue counties to red counties in California alone.
Why didn't you vote for Harris?
I didn't love that.
I think that Kamala Harris, I have a lot of issues with Kamala Harris.
Dude, she didn't vote for Kamala Harris, bro. Think about that. And I mean, look at her face, dude. But let's just analyze that right there. This is the most important election of her lifetime, without a doubt. We've already lost women's rights. There have already been threats about, you know, deportations. There have been threats about.
I mean, I'm no Kamala fan. It would be different if she was like, I can't vote for genocide, so I'm voting third party. Like, but no, it was, I have issues with Kamala Harris.
You know, overturning gay rights. There's been talk of like letting the states go after interracial marriage. Project 2025. There's like, you know, Kash Patel maybe leading the FBI and going after and prosecuting everybody that Donald Trump doesn't like. We're talking insane shit. But so in the most important election of her entire fucking life, she didn't vote for the Democratic candidate. Like, even if you hate Kamala Harris, clearly having a Democratic presidential administration would be better for America and the world than a Trump one. It could be any Democrat. There'd be a guarantee to have more empathetic people. There'd be a guarantee that the Department of Education and the EPA don't get shuttered. There'd be a guarantee that, 25 states don't cram the Bible up the asses in public schools. And she decided to not vote for the left-wing side. Her personal grievance. I don't care. No matter who the left-wing candidate is going against Trump, you would not vote for Trump or contribute to Trump winning. But she didn't do it, bro. She didn't vote for the Democrats. I mean, dude, that is such a betrayal. This is the woman who's like the head of, the supposed progressive news channel. And she's saying, you know what? We're going to let Trump win. Good job. Nice work. That's real good, Anna.
I was like, this is not someone who shares my values. So why would I vote for her? I get that the, thinking is, well, she's a Democrat, so you're supposed to vote for the Democrat. No, I'm not supposed to.
No, the thinking is that Trump is dangerous and he's going to gut some very important shit. And you're okay with that?
Vote for the Democrat. I'm not going to cast my ballot for someone who has failed to make a case for herself. And look, it really bothered me that she was anointed, that she was running a campaign, especially in the second half of her campaign, focusing on Donald Trump's alleged fascism and how he doesn't value democracy. And it's like,
alleged, right? I mean, all right, let's look at his first time around. Acting secretaries, leaving vacancies open, Schedule F, so he could just fire people and break the union. What else did he want to do? He wanted to send the military in on protesters, threatening to pull broadcast licenses. Like, what the fuck is she talking about, man? It's like insulting listening to this woman. Like, my God, the gaslighting, bro. Get out of here.
Do you think Democrats value democracy? Because in 2016, during the primaries, we all saw what the DNC did to Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, but again, though, Bernie Sanders didn't have a chance because black people weren't going to vote for him. And that's one thing that these motherfuckers will not acknowledge. Let's just take a moment here and let's look at these Democratic primaries in 2016. And let's go look at a fucking state. All right, the Georgia primary. Look at the popular vote in Georgia. 71% to Hillary, 28% to Bernie. Why? Because people of color didn't fucking like Bernie. Let's go look at South Carolina. 73% Hillary, 26 Bernie. Why? Because people of color didn't fucking like Bernie and they weren't going to vote for Bernie. Okay, look at this. Mississippi, oh my God, 82-16. Why? Because people of color didn't fucking like Bernie. All right, let's go look at Iowa where there's white people. Oh, where it's all white people, it's like 50-50. Okay. Where it's all white people and they're more conservative, but they're white, right? Oh, shit. Now Bernie's even winning. You see how Bernie, basically won all the Trump states? He did win Oregon, though. They liked him in Oregon because we liked his policy. But you notice how most of the Republican states went for Bernie when he was up against Hillary, but all of the states that had any minority presence whatsoever, just about every single one of them went for Hillary in a huge fashion. That was the Bernie problem. Like, you can get mad at the superdelegates and you can get mad at the Democratic Party and all that shit, but ultimately, this is the fucking problem. Bernie's problem was the fact that people of color didn't buy into his shit because he was selling white rural populism. If Bernie had run as a Republican, I bet he wins as a Republican and maybe even moves the Republican Party a little bit to the left. That was Bernie's deal, man. People of color weren't going to vote for the man. She's still crying about it.
That's not very democratic, if you ask me. And anointing the Democratic...
But they say anointing. She's like, she's still personal grievance. She's mad that Bernie didn't win and the black people wouldn't vote for Bernie. And guess what? I don't think she likes black people, actually. I think that's why she didn't vote for Kamala Harris, right? Because Kamala Harris is black and black people won't vote for Bernie. So maybe she's going to get on Fox News. Dude, this shit is gold, bro. See, here's the thing that I don't get about these guys, about Anna and Cenk. And I think this is an honest sort of critique. The thing that I don't like about them, they continually talk about, having this open mind and how we shouldn't just ignore everybody. But if you watch them talk, though, it's in their demeanor. When they talk about AOC, when they talk about left-wingers, when they talk about the Democrats, they are filled with like a vehement animosity. They're just so filled with like anger and resentment, and it's palpable. The negative feelings they have are palpable. But when they talk about the right-wingers, they don't have that. They don't have the same negativity. And to me, that's the thing that is sort of really telling. It's that vitriol that they have for their own party that blows apart the way they try to delicately dance around this idea of like, oh, we're not capitulating to the right. We're just trying to have an open mind. But you can see it in their animosity. They are more friendly and more entranced and more openly, emotionally available to the right-wingers than they are to the people in their own party. And that says it all.
But if you're anti-establishment, what comes next? Ask people that. What is the next sentence? Okay, we overthrow the establishment, we achieve our goals. What do you put in its place? Because then you become the establishment.
Cenk Uygur, in his crusade against what he terms the far left, has been talking a lot about the establishment and being anti-establishment. Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar of the Majority Report broke down what they view as anti-establishment. We're going to take a look at clips from the Majority Report. I'm going to chime in on what I think of all of this as well. Let's get into this together.
Max Lefty, speaking of populism, Max Lefty, Sam and Francesca spoke about anti-establishment being problematic when you don't have an ideology. Can you speak about that? Yes. Because in one instance, if you are just merely anti-establishment, really what it is, it's daddy issues. I mean, that's what it breaks down to. And the problem with that is that you can fight the establishment, but then you create a vacuum. And if you do not have an ideology that is behind that anti-establishment, and by ideology, I mean a perspective on what you would do in leadership. Like, what is the programmatic ideological framework in which you would have government? Then what happens is if you fight the establishment and you win, there is a vacuum. And undoubtedly, some of the other anti-establishmentarians, they have a program. They have a plan.
It's easy.
And they have an ideology, and it's a right-wing one.
It's easy to be anti-establishment because if that were the standard, we are. Like, we vote for I voted for Democrats. I encourage people to vote for Kamala Harris, and it didn't work out. But the point is just like, the establishment isn't working for people in the sense that our administrative state is going to be gutted by the Republicans. We have slashed taxes on the wealthy, and income inequality is through the roof because of neoliberal and right-wing policies. But if you're anti-establishment, what comes next? Ask people that. What is the next sentence? Okay, we overthrow the establishment, we achieve our goals. What do you put in its place? Because then you become the establishment. Once you overthrow the establishment, you are the establishment. Then what is the future that you're building? Because for the left, it should be focused on decommodifying the essentials of life, housing, food, healthcare, etc. making sure that we aren't slaughtering people abroad in genocides in Palestine and all that kind of stuff, making sure, bringing our resources home to our communities. That's our vision. So what is the anti-establishment vision beyond people just saying they're anti-establishment? Because that's just a branding exercise, and not something that serious people are engaging in when they're talking. It's what Jimmy Dore was doing.
That's exactly where that, it was.
It's a way for capitalists to pretend they're revolutionaries, because you could just say anti-capitalist is even more clear.
Yes, here comes the same boss. Here comes the new boss, same as the old boss. It's just that now I'm different. But the point is that the reason why this is important is because how you go about being anti-establishment, what you start to dismantle of the establishment. And again, that is supposed to be just a means, not an ends in and of itself. But how you approach that is a function of your ideology. For instance, like the Dartmouth basketball team stopped their unionization drive today, or maybe a day or two ago. And why are they doing this? Because they don't want to go in front of a Trump National Labor Relations Board and establish a precedent. You cannot establish a precedent as a National Labor Relations Board unless there's a case in front of you. It's like the same thing with the courts. I mean, supposedly, you cannot establish a precedent unless you are adjudicating a certain situation. So there are times where it's in your best interest, based upon who you're up against at any given time, to actually retreat and save the fight for a day when the battlefield is more to your favor. I mean, this is like literally basic Sun Tzu
strategy.
And so all of these things are important. The idea, and this is obviously like a general philosophy, but the last time it came up was during Dore, when we were talking about his tact to the right. Because when you're untethered from any type of like genuine ideological project and all you're doing is railing against and howling at the moon, you get led astray.
Sam and Emma are correct with what they're saying, and with what Cenk Uygur has been saying for quite a while. He said this in his debate with Francesca Fiorentini on her show, The Habituation Room. He kept talking about Trump being anti-establishment. Well, maybe Trump, I don't really think that Trump was ever anti-establishment. Maybe the establishment of the Republican Party didn't want him to win in 2016. But he now is the Republican Party. The Republican Party is MAGA, and MAGA is the Republican Party. So he's been president once. He's going to be president again here in just a few days at the time that I'm recording this. So Trump and Trumpism are the establishment. So I don't know what Cenk Uygur thinks what is going to happen within MAGA that will be anti-establishment, that will be progressive. I just don't understand how that works, because Donald Trump is going to be there to represent the oil companies, the pharmaceutical companies, the insurance companies, the ultra wealthy in terms of tax cuts. So there's nothing anti-establishment that Donald Trump is going to do. You are seeing the civil war with MAGA over the H-1B visas. Donald Trump is going to side with corporations on that. He has these people's votes now, so there isn't anything anti-establishment that Trump is going to do.
Particularly if you don't seem to have any a rudder.
Why would it be so bad if Peter Thiel got on there? What's the difference?
Exactly.
That's anti-corruption, right? And this is kind of an extension of that I remember Michael saying this, and I'm butchering it a bit, but this was changed my perspective on it. Specifically how Dore treated the Lula story, right? Where, that's corruption on its face. Locking up Lula.
I want a Lava Jato t-shirt.
Yeah, right. And you find out, well, sometimes corruption in the way that it's deployed by bad faith people like the Bolsonaro administration, the right-wing freaks down there, it's trumped up and it's used to lock up one's political enemies. And so corruption can be amorphous if it's said by the wrong people. So it's about what you choose to cover, what you choose to lend credibility to, and who you, through your skills of discernment is being earnest when they're actually trying to take on powerful interests. And, you know, if you're in the news, you should have a pretty good sense of who that is.
Fames Darwin says Bill Fletcher said that the right-wing populism is the herpes of capitalism. He was saying that in the same way that herpes outbreaks happen under stress. Capitalism under stress produces populism. Left-wing populism correctly targets economic elites. Right-wing populism targets elites other than economic ones. Or if it does target economic elites, it focuses on their alien nature and targets them as cultural elites.
That's a great
Thus,
point.
the logical endpoint of right-wing populism is anti-Semitism.
Yep.
I mean, you can see this playing out. The idea that the establishment is that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, billionaires, are not part of the establishment in this country is bizarro.
But Soros is, and why is that? I mean, Tame Darwin, what a great I am. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly it.
And
we should get Bill Fletcher back on.
When you talk about, yeah, we should actually. When you talk about who have been the sort of like talking point targets of the right-wing populism that is arguably ascendant in this country.
And Sam and Emma are right about this as well. What is happening right now with MAGA being upset with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy is not the fact that Elon is trying to exploit workers and is exploiting foreign workers with these H-1B visas. You know, they want these people here to basically be indentured servants who they can make them do essentially whatever they want, because they're under the constant threat of being sent back to their home country. So, as Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland are saying here, the right-wingers don't, and MAGA don't care about economic populism. They are only upset with Elon and Vivek because they don't want any immigrants here. They thought Trump was going to deport everybody, and now Trump, you know, again, he has their votes, so he doesn't care anymore. But he's all in favor of bringing in these immigrant workers that tech bros want to use and want to exploit. So the right wing is only upset from a racist and xenophobic standpoint. They don't care about workers being exploited. They don't care about American workers being exploited because it's the free market. They are only upset with Elon Musk because they don't like immigrants. They don't want any immigrants here, essentially. The people like Laura Loomer who are arguing against Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. But let me know in the comments what you think. Do you agree with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland's assessment of what is anti-establishment? Because this is something that Cenk Uygur has been talking about a lot. He seems to think that Donald Trump is still anti-establishment when the guy's going to be serving his second term as president. I don't know how a president can be anti-establishment. But let me know in the comments what you think. This is Chris on Culture. I will see you in the next video.
So just a couple of weeks ago, we saw Cenk from TYT go to Charlie Kirk's TPUSA, sat on stage with him and got all excited and took it as a win that MAGAs in the audience booed Mitch McConnell. He was so excited about that. He's like, look, leftists, they're booing Mitch McConnell. That's a win for us. All excited.
I'll be right back.
Like we give a shit about that. He sat on stage with Charlie Kirk, never called him out on his bigotry, never called him out on his hate, never called him out on his racism, but was all excited because they booed Mitch McConnell and said things about, wanting more populist, presidential candidates and all that. These are the same people who happily go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump, a guy who hates the left, hates Cenk, and hates everything that we stand for. And now you have Anna Kasparian on TYT telling everyone that she's basically been red-pilled. And we've kind of noticed this, right? And this is why I say we don't have room in this movement for people who want to sit on the fence. We don't have room in this movement for people who say, it's okay for us to go talk to them and be nice with them. No, it's not. It is okay for you to go and talk with them, but you need to say to them, I would have had more respect for Cenk had he gone on that stage and said, hey, until we address The fact that you said MLK is not a good person and we shouldn't have the Civil Rights Act, we can't really talk about anything else until we address you saying that when you get on a plane, if you see a black pilot, you question if he's competent enough to do the job. We can't talk about anything else until we address this hate and bigotry. I would have respected that, but he never did that. And so this is why we don't have room in the movement for them. I am not interested in trying to talk Cenk and Anna back into coming to our side. They've been hinting at this for a while, and now she's saying she's been red-pilled, and the reason she gives is more dumb than actually being red-pilled.
I've never read a quote that resonated with me more than this one does. So I'm gonna read it, okay? So, you don't get red-pilled overnight. It's the issues that affect your everyday life first, and then you connect them with people, and then you connect it with a party. That is so true, and that is what I was trying to get across to people. When you're affected day to day by quality of life issues, and all you hear from the Democratic Party is shut up, no, it's not happening, and if it's happening, it's not that big of a deal. Man, that really does red pill people. It builds resentment toward the party. And I really think that Democrats need to pivot away from that because they're gonna keep losing if they think that that type of treatment of voters, that type of disrespect toward voters is gonna get them anywhere.
So listen, I want to be very sensitive to an incident that happened in Anna's life. She was sexually assaulted while walking her dog in LA. And here's the thing about this that bothers me. I am very, very, very empathetic to what she had to go through, and I don't think anyone should have to go through that. But she talks about this on a couple of right-wing shows. And what she does when she talks about this is she basically says that because of some comments that she got when telling the story, and listen, all of us who do this, we get comments from people. We get a lot of bad comments, but the Young Turks have 6 million subscribers on their page, okay? Most of those people are there because they love them and they empathize with them. And I am almost positive, just by the percentage of bad comments I get as well, that most of the comments about that were very empathetic to her. But she chose to go on to these right-wing stations or these right-wing podcasts and talk about that story, and then basically say, because of some of the comments she got from people that were telling her to not tell that story because it's stigmatizing the homeless community, or, you know, some people even called her racist, she says. Because of that, she's woken up. And that is why she's kind of become red-pilled. So when she talks about when your quality of life is being affected all the time, and Democrats are telling you it's not happening or don't talk about it, then you become red-pilled. I've never experienced that. I think that if a crime happens to you, you should be able to talk about that crime. But the other thing she started doing was saying that it's progressive policies that led to her being sexually assaulted. And that's what really pisses me off, because this is what the right tries to do all the time. When the day Donald Trump becomes president, they're going to ignore all of the crime that happens in this country. They're going to pretend none of it is happening anymore, and it's because they fixed it all. People were sexually assaulted under very, very far right policies. People are sexually assaulted in red states, in red counties, in red cities. To say that progressive policies led to you being sexually assaulted is nonsense. To say that a few comments, about that from idiots online, trolls online, is what's making you, push away from the Democratic Party or from your progressive beliefs is absolutely nuts to me. Because, and I think what people are saying sometimes too is that, what is the right doing? Like, let's say you decide to fully support the right. And she's talked about the identity stuff she doesn't really care about. So she has said that, you know, she cares about the things that basically affect her. And because she's pretty white passing, she doesn't have to, and she's a white woman, she doesn't have to worry about things that trans people have to deal with. She doesn't have to worry about things that black people have to deal with, things that brown people have to deal with. So she's talking about the things that she has to deal with. And she's basically saying, because those things are being affected, she's being affected by those things, she's blaming Democrats because she lives in a blue state, in a blue city. And so she's saying it's because of that she was sexually assaulted. I find that absolutely pathetic, and it sucks, and it sucks that happened to her. But to say that now you only care about that, and to also blame it on progressive policies, that's just not an intelligent argument to have. It's just not. And honestly, sometimes to me, when people do things like this, when they say, "Oh, it's because of that," it tells me that they've just been putting on the show up until this. Like, they've wanted to do this. And I personally think this, and I've watched a lot of Anna and a lot of Jink. I personally feel like they are just like Mark Zuckerberg, just like, you know, Mika and Joe. These people are afraid that their dollars are going to be affected if they keep up doing the shows that they're doing, where they are kind of, you know, criticizing the right. They realize Donald Trump is now going to be the president, and it scares them. They're afraid to say how they really feel because they don't know how it's going to affect their money. And I've had this conversation with other content creators. One thing that I've said, listen, I do this and I do it pretty much as a hobby. This is not my career. So I don't really have the same fear that other people have. And so I'm not going to say that they shouldn't be concerned by that. But I'm sorry, it would never make me compromise what I really believe. For you to sit there and had not had much problems with progressive policies until you were sexually assaulted, and now you're just blaming progressive policies on everything wrong in LA. I'm sorry, but I just don't buy that. I think these people are afraid of losing money, and so they feel like moving a little bit more to the right or even to the center and criticizing Democrats, that is going to be more monetarily beneficial for them. And it's unfortunate because they were at some point not a bad voice for progressives and liberals and leftists. And to hear her, you know, basically peddle a lot of the same things that like the far right has said. And the fact that when I'm doing my research for this video, that every time I see her talking about this, she's on far right podcasts talking about it. Again, there is no way I'm going to go and sit with some of these far right people and just have them sit there and listen to my story because my story criticizes the left and never call them out on their bigotry. Like, Anna, no matter what, if you go over to the right, they're still bigots, they're still racist, they're still homophobes, they're still misogynists. These are things you've said. So how do you reconcile with that while you're saying you're being red-pilled? They haven't changed. So if they haven't changed, what makes you want to be over there? Because the only thing I can think of is that you've always been over there. And for the longest time, it was more monetarily beneficial for you to be over here. And now you're realizing it's more monetarily beneficial for you to be over there. And that's what you're choosing to do now. Prove me wrong. Period.
Based. All right, Liz, see ya.
مريم قالت لمريم: يا أخت أرضي وأخت خطاي على الأرض، يا أخت روحي وأخت صلاتي، وأخت الضحى في الوضوح، وأخت ممات العظيم هنا، وما قد تبقى لنا من ممات، وما قد تبقى لنا من حياة. السلام على الأرض ليس لنا. أهذه السماء التي فوقنا لا ترانا؟ أمنا الصليب على ظهرنا في حقول الدم المر يحجبنا. السلام على الأرض ليس لنا. السلام لأعدائنا يا إلهي، وللطائرات، وللموت يهبط، للموت يصعد، للموت يحكي ويكذب يرقص. لا شيء يكفيه، لا دمنا في الفجيعة أو دمنا في الجمال، ولا دمنا في البحار، ولا دمنا في السهول، ولا دمنا في الجبال، ولا دمنا في التراب، ولا دمنا في الرمال، ولا دمنا في الإجابة أو دمنا في السؤال، ولا دمنا في الشمال، ولا دمنا في الجنوب، ولا دمنا في السلام، ولا دمنا في الحروب.
He sins.
السلام على الأرض ليس لنا، إنه للطغاة وللرؤساء الديوك وكل الجيوش الغبار، إنه للدمار وأشباه من يقتلون الصغار على الأرض أو يقتلون الكبار، إنه للجنود ومن يحشرون المدى في القيود ومن يسفكون الدماء ومن يكرهون الشهيد ومن يقتلون الشهود. السلام لطاغية ها هنا، والسلام لطاغية ها هناك، لذيول النباح هنا وهنا، ولكل فحيح السلاح هناك، والسلام لمن يفقأ الآن عيني كي لا أراك. السلام الذي نشتهي ونحب ونحلم نشتاق ليس لنا. السلام البسيط كدمعة أمي في العرس والحزن ليس لنا. السلام الذي كجناح يطير، السلام الذي كجناح يحط، السلام الأليف كضحكتنا، والسلام الأليف كقطتنا قبل أن يقتلوها. إلهي، لكنها منذ ماتت تجوع، تموء، تحن، تهر، ومن غرفة في الشمال إلى خيمة في الجنوب تتابعنا. السلام على الأرض ليس لنا. لا لغزة إن فرحت بالربيع كأطفالنا، أو لعكا التي سهرت 1000 عام لتحرسنا مثل جداتنا، أو ليافا الجميلة، أو ليسوع الذي قام من دمنا ثم من لحمنا ثم من أرضنا وقياماتنا. السلام على الأرض ليس لنا، أو لقدسك عالية بالنبي وقرآننا. السلام على الأرض ليس لنا.
Freebird! Okay, I thought that would be a lovely way to start our Palestine section of coverage.
Hello, I'm Yanis Varoufakis with a few thoughts on what we should be watching out for as the Palestinian genocide unfolds. Watching on the one hand the Israeli soldiers' video confessions of their genocidal intent and acts, and on the other hand the Palestinians live streaming of their own deaths and devastation, it is ever so easy to throw one's hands up in the air, to despair, to want to shut the cruelty out, to disengage, to find solace in oblivion. But it is not only ethically wrong to surrender to despair, it is also factually wrong that nothing good can be expected. Things change every day, and yes, in the midst of this misery, of this inhumanity, the seeds of hope are already planted on the blood-soaked soil of the ancient land of Palestine. They may only be seeds, but that's how new life is born. Let us begin with a difficult to discern, yet indubitable reality. Israel is not winning on the battlefields. Gaza has been destroyed, yes. Its population, its entire population, the entire population of Gaza is on death row. And yet the smarter amongst those in the Israeli military know full well that the destruction they wreaked does not translate into a victory. 15 months after they reinvaded the open prison that was Gaza since 1948, they still cannot control more than a small portion of it at a time. Armed resistance, including the regular blowing up of Israeli mighty tanks, is continuing. Israeli military officers also know that their political leaders' stated aim of eradicating Hamas can never be demonstrably achieved, however many Hamas fighters they kill. As a former Israeli general put it to me, even if we kill most of the Gazans before we declare victory, a single teenager raising a single Hamas flag over a pile of rubble will prove that we failed. Similarly in Lebanon, yes, Israel has killed much of the Hezbollah leadership, and yes, the ceasefire it imposed on Hezbollah succeeded in stopping the Hezbollah missile launches in solidarity with the Palestinian resistance further south. However, the Lebanon ceasefire was also forced upon Israel by its army's inability to venture without massive losses by more than a few kilometers into Lebanese territory. And lest we forget, it is simply not true that Hezbollah had to accept the ceasefire because its missile arsenal was destroyed. Israel signed the ceasefire hours after missiles, you remember that? Missiles of Hezbollah hit Haifa and indeed Tel Aviv. In other words, the past year will be remembered as a cruel paradox. Israel destroyed Gaza and much of South Lebanon, mainly from the air. But Israel failed abysmally to control the ground. The time is fast approaching when Israeli society will realize that the thousands of Israeli soldiers that were killed or seriously wounded were the victims of an Israeli leadership that ultimately placed the interests of those soldiers and the people of Israel very low in their own list of priorities. This is also confirmed by the readiness of the Netanyahu government to lie through its teeth about its own casualties on the battlefield. Compare the low number of casualties officially admitted with the more than 20,000 soldiers that Israel's health authorities are telling us they have admitted to veteran rehabilitation centers. Turning now to the medium and long-term impact of the war on Israel's economy, which, after all, is of great significance from the perspective of the apartheid state's capacity to reproduce itself through war and devastation, its financial capacity to reproduce itself. Well, it is instructive to read a letter signed by more than 100 Israeli economists, including Dan Ben David, who explain in full technicolor how Israel's economic miracle is now in peril, how it hinges, it always hinged, on a high-tech sector that numbers at most 300,000 souls, including doctors, scientists, technologists, academics. And Ben David's point being, well, if only 10%, he says, of these 300,000, in other words, if only about 30,000 of those experts and high-tech, well-educated elite, if around 30,000 of them leave the country, Israel's already hugely indebted economy will simply fade out. In Ben David's even starker words, and I quote, "We won't become a third world country. We just won't be anymore. Only 0.6% of the population are doctors, but who trains them? The senior staff in research universities are 0.1% of the people. High-tech workers are 6% of the population. Altogether, this is what I said before, it's 300,000 people. It's enough that a critical mass of this group chooses not to be here tomorrow morning, and the state of Israel leaves the developed world." Close quotation marks. Are they leaving? You bet they are. Leaving behind them, in a more influential position, more dominant than ever, the low productivity bigots who are driving the fascist settler movement in the occupied territories.
You're supposed
and the more
to be
dominant
sleeping.
these low productivity bigots become within government and in society, the greater the exodus of the high-tech, secular, more liberally minded Israelis. This is the definition of a spiral of collapse. This spiral is, of course, utterly connected with the precipitous reputational loss of Israel, the massacres, the genocide of Palestinians, and in particular the manner in which so many Israeli soldiers and politicians celebrated in videos, in speeches, in posts on X. All that has claimed what is left of the illusion of Israel as a European liberal democracy embedded in a hostile Middle East. That illusion has been a central underpinning of the propaganda that helped Israeli lobbyists succeed in Washington and in Brussels. Now it is gone. It is drowned in the sea of flesh and blood the Israeli military has strewn all over Gaza, wherever they went. And of course, the trail of destruction, hatred, and viciousness that the settlers have unleashed across the West Bank and in East Jerusalem. Once Israel's cleverly constructed reputation has gone, sullied, it cannot be reclaimed. And that is good news in the sense that the first step towards a just peace is the ethical fall from grace of the aggressor. Turning now to the situation in the West Bank. It is utterly heart-wrenching to watch the non-stop violence against the Palestinians who live under the brutal apartheid regime in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem. The violence against the Palestinians in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem comes from three quite separate, but of course interlinked and connected quarters. It comes from the Israeli military, from Israeli settlers, and, most tragically, from the Palestinian Authority's own security forces, who are in the midst of the genocide of their people by the apartheid state. They are cooperating fully with the security forces of that same apartheid state. Why the Israeli army is doing it, we know. Why the Israeli settlers are doing it, we know. But why, oh why, is the leadership of the Palestinian Authority doing it? It's important to note that this is not the first time. The Palestinian Authority, the leadership, has cooperated fully with the Israeli occupiers for a very long time, with occupiers, remember, who are steadfastly rejecting any prospect of the Palestinian Authority becoming the government of a Palestinian state, which contradicts the very raison d'etre of the Palestinian Authority, which ostensibly is to set up a Palestinian state. But now, in the face of the fully fledged genocidal campaign by Israel, the Palestinian Authority's excuses are becoming transparent, thin, impossible to fathom. The unelected, unrepresentative, patently corrupt leadership of the Palestinian Authority is behaving as if to impress Netanyahu and soon Trump, that they, the Palestinian Authority, can do Netanyahu's and Trump's dirty work for them, with a veneer of legitimacy, that they have a role to play. That's what they are trying to convince Netanyahu and Trump. It is a pathetic plea to the genocidal US-Israeli establishment to give them a job to do, especially now that the Palestinian people have seen through them, Nothing else explains why they, the leadership of the Palestinian Authority, are turning even against Fatah members who continue to resist in Jenin and elsewhere. This, I have to confess, is the saddest, most depressing aspect of the Palestinian tragedy. So I shall not dwell on it, except to reiterate the urgent need for the election of a representative and thus legitimate leadership of the Palestinian people. No peace can be imagined, let alone be negotiated otherwise. I hope and trust that the Palestinians will find a way to speak with one representative, non-sectarian voice. Nothing short of that is called for as the Palestinian people face genocide. As for the rest of us, we must stand by to help give this voice, their voice, a chance to be heard. To sum up, to conclude, days before Donald Trump enters the White House, I'm speaking to you on the 9th of January, to give you the precise date, Donald Trump is about to enter the White House. A man who has never not liked any war crime aimed at eradicating the Palestinian resistance. The Palestinians as a people native to Palestine. Just before this man enters the White House, we are at a crossroads, not just as Palestinians, as Europeans, Americans, as humanity. As a humanity that is watching a genocide unfold in real time on our screens. And what is this crossroads? Allow me to paint it with a few brushstrokes. We have mega death and uber destruction on the ground wreaked by a US armed and European Union supported Israel. A spiral of collapse within Israel's social economy. Arab countries split between complicit regimes and enraged populations, citizens. A global south that is becoming increasingly powerful and increasingly intolerant of the Western Israeli self-awarded right ethnically to cleanse the non-Jewish native population. And a Western public opinion that can no longer pretend not to know. What is the upshot of this picture, of this crossroads? If I were to issue an educated guess, it would be this. Things will get even worse for the Palestinians in the short run. But in the longer run, the possibility of liberation, of a just peace for Palestinians who refuse to go gently into the good night, and for Israelis who understand the trap into which the Netanyahu regime has ensnared them, seems stronger than it has been for at least 30 years. Thank you, and let's keep up the campaign for a just peace in the Middle East, which is a prerequisite for the liberation of us all. Carpe diem.
None of us are free until Palestine is free.
So I'm wondering how you evaluate the claim of genocide.
Well, I mean, it's a legal term. I'm not a lawyer. I think you can look at what's happened. Several things have happened. Firstly, Israel tried to push the population out of the Gaza Strip, and it got Tony Blinken to run around as its errand boy to Egypt, to Jordan, and Saudi Arabia in the first weeks of the war to get them to accept people that Israel would drive out of the Gaza Strip. These governments refused, but that was the intention. So expelling population might or might not fall into the definition of genocide, but all are part of the, if I remember the language of the Genocide Convention, it talks about doing certain things to all or part of a population. Second thing that happened was that Israel declared that it would cut off food, water, electricity, fuel, medical supplies, anything to the Gaza Strip, which meant that they were, in effect, threatening to and ended up doing something that led to almost starvation situation. The third thing they did was to attack infrastructure. And this has nothing to do with human shields, which is the excuse for killing large numbers of people. Oh, there was a Hamas person here, we'll kill 800 or 200 or 50 people in order to kill this person. They destroyed the water purification plants. They destroyed the sewage system, the sewage plants, the sewage treatment plants. They destroyed the electrical grid. They destroyed the internet. They prevented food and water from coming in or electricity from coming in from Israel. This led to what you see in the Gaza Strip, which is famine, which is people dying of diseases, the spread of things like polio and all kinds of other diseases. Is this genocidal? Well, in a sense, you can argue they haven't killed all the people of Gaza. They've only killed maybe 40, 50,000, about 42,000, and undoubtedly more under the ruins, and more will probably die in the years to come of diseases, of untreated wounds, and other things. Is that genocide? I would leave it to a lawyer. I would have no trouble calling it genocide myself. I think you have statements by Israeli leaders from Netanyahu on down, the Minister of Defense, Gallant, the Prime Minister, generals, and others, who've said things that clearly indicate genocidal intent. There is a provision of international humanitarian law that for military objectives for military actions to be legal, they have to be proportional and they have to be discriminate. And those actions have not been proportional or discriminate. If you kill 100 people in order to kill a Hamas leader, this is neither proportional nor discriminate. And they've done this again and again and again and again and again. This claim of human shields is a violation of international humanitarian law. These are at the very least war crimes without any possible, there are Israeli lawyers who will defend it. And they're distorting in a grotesque manner international law, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but that seems pretty clear to me as is for doing that. The entire population of the Gaza Strip is not Hamas. The entire population of the Gaza Strip did not attack on the 7th of October. The overwhelming majority of the population of the Gaza Strip are children who have nothing to do with Hamas or politics or killing of anybody. And those are the people who are being slaughtered. Women. Hamas doesn't include any women fighters. So we're talking about people who cannot possibly be adjudged to be responsible for what happened, in addition to old people and civilians who have nothing to do with Hamas. The second thing is, people say, well, they're all Hamas. Well, actually, 43% of Palestinians, or 44%, voted for Hamas in 2006. And any opinion poll that you look at before October 7th for Gaza shows that large numbers of Gazans opposed Hamas. It was an authoritarian regime that was unpopular with apparently most Gazans, even before. So saying we can attack the civilians because they're all Hamas, these are war crimes. There's just no justification. There's no sense of proportionality. And I think that what Israel has done, moving people again and again and again, is essentially collective punishment. Whatever excuses are given, whatever pretexts are offered, whatever ludicrous human shield arguments, which of themselves are violations of international humanitarian law, there's no sense in what Israel has done is proportional. You may argue, well, the trauma inside Israel created by October 7th created a desire for retaliation. That's an explanation, but that doesn't mean it's proportional. That doesn't mean it fits within the framework of international humanitarian law.
I found this podcast debate-ish video online recently and found it very interesting and informative and figured I'd share it with you with the highlights. So if you like videos like this, make sure you like this video and subscribe to my channel. Now let's continue.
Do you think that no matter how incommensurate with the initial attack Israel's response has been, it will succeed in eliminating Hamas if that is one of its primary objectives?
Israel has, since its creation, believed, or Israeli leaders since the creation of Israel, have believed that only force and imposing what Israel wants to impose on the Palestinians will work. Now, there are some Israeli leaders who differed with that. Rabin, Olmert, Barak, but basically, with those and a few other exceptions, Moshe Sharet earlier on in the 50s. With a few exceptions, it's force and more force, and if that doesn't work, use more force. That is in my view, suicidal policy. You cannot, in the 21st century, treat a population in that manner. They've done it, and they've succeeded because the United States has not only allowed them to do it, helped them to do it, armed them to do it. But that's not going to solve Israel's problems. So whatever they did after the 7th of October was a continuation of a policy which is intended to impose realities on the Palestinians and force them to accept things that they're not going to accept. I mean, anybody who looks at Palestinian politics, society, history is going to tell you they're still there. They're still going to resist. You have to come to terms with them some way. And that does not involve via the barrel of a gun or the bombs dropped from an F-15. So, resolving a problem caused by ethnic cleansing and caused by driving these people into the Gaza Strip and making them hate you is not going to be caused by killing 42,000 of them. You're just creating more problems. I would say the same thing about the war in Lebanon. Israel created Hezbollah. I didn't say that. Ehud Barak said that when he was defense minister. And he was right. There was no such thing as Hezbollah when Israel invaded in 1982. It was a result of the war. And Hamas is a result of occupation, of humiliation, of dispossession, and of a deprival of rights. There have been various forms Palestinian resistance has taken, armed and unarmed. Hamas represents the most extreme form. But you do this to people and you're going to get this, sooner or later, a reaction. And so you're asking me, is it proportional? Not only is it not proportional, in my view, it's not even rational. From an Israeli perspective, in terms of what I would argue they should see as their interests. I'm not talking of international humanitarian law or a Palestinian perspective. One of them you mentioned, the destruction of Hamas. Hamas is a political movement that exists wherever there are Palestinians. The idea that you can destroy Hamas by some military action in the Gaza Strip is worse than absurd. It's ludicrous. It's one of the stupidest ideas I've ever heard. You can possibly defeat Hamas's military forces in the Gaza Strip, but to destroy Hamas, Hamas is a political movement, a social movement, a religious movement, and it's an idea. And it exists everywhere that there are Palestinians. It's not a majority necessarily, though it's become more popular with some Palestinians and less popular with others as a result of the last year of war. Finally, I would go to something that Henry Kissinger said. If an unconventional force can avoid complete defeat, it wins. If a conventional army doesn't achieve an absolute victory, it loses. And so Israel has entered into the Israeli military has entered into a situation where ultimately they can't really win, even in military terms, as long as resistance continues. I would say that I wouldn't be able to predict where we're going. I don't know, but where it looks like on today, what is today, the 3rd of October, I would say things look really grim for Palestinians and the Gaza Strip. I think they face a miserable future for years to come.
I actually agree with this, unfortunately, especially with Trump being president. And there is a part of me that thinks that Trump's unpredictability could be a good thing for Palestinians. It does seem that he's basically willing to give up Gaza and the West Bank. That's just my personal perspective from what I'm seeing in the news. I hope that's not the case, but yeah, unfortunately.
I would say the situation of Lebanon is awful and probably going to get worse. And I think the region, I don't know where it's going to go. We could be facing a much more serious regional conflict. We already are in one. Ever since Israel started attacking Tehran and killing Palestinian leaders here and Lebanese leaders there, we went to another level of conflict. And Iran has been responding with these rockets fired on 2 major occasions now from Iran, not by proxies, not from Iranian militias or the Ansar Allah, the so-called Houthis in Yemen, or Hezbollah, but directly from Iran. We're in a new phase. Where it goes, I don't know. Now, the governments of Western countries are continuing to support Israel. Our elites in our universities and corporations and media continue to support Israel. So there's not going to be a change as far as I can tell. But Israel has lost public opinion the world over and in the West. And that the West is the metropole of this project. I mean, Israel is a thriving entity. It's a nation state. It's a regional nuclear superpower, yada, yada, yada. All of that's true. But it's entirely dependent on the United States and Western Europe for certain things. Its major trading partner is Europe, the EU. The United States supplies it with its weapons. You don't have American and European support, you can't do what you're doing. And they're threatening the very basis of that support by basically thumbing their nose at public opinion the world over. You see the way that...
Yeah, there's only so long that will last. Like, I get it that the money they have, they're able to just say, screw the public opinion. But it's true that public opinion has never shifted this much, in my opinion, at least in my lifetime. So something big is going to happen, and things are going to change, especially with the next generation.
That Israeli leaders treat the United Nations. Well, the United Nations represents public opinion in the world. So I would say Not only do I not see this as coming out well for them in terms of the specifics of Gaza or the specifics of Lebanon, I would say that globally, Israel's put itself in a terrible, terrible position. Had they accepted a ceasefire the ceasefire Biden offered months ago, had they accepted the ceasefire that Biden suggested for Lebanon weeks ago, they would be in a marginally better position today. Were they to accept one tomorrow, they would be in a marginally better position. But it does not seem that that's the way things are going. I don't know. I'm not predicting the future, but the way things have gone up to now make me think that they won't take that offering. They argue there's only one people here. Only the Jewish people have the right of national self-determination in the land of Israel by Israeli law, by a basic law that has constitutional force. Well, if you say that, there's no middle ground. We will ground you out. We will destroy you because you don't exist. You don't have a right to exist. That's not just some far-right lunatic Israeli politician. That is a basic law passed by an overwhelming majority of the Israeli Knesset in 2018. They're going to have to get over that things and have to come to an understanding that somehow or other there are two peoples here, and they have to figure out how they're going to live in this single land. And it cannot be by the supremacy of one people over another, which is what Zionism argues for. It doesn't argue for an Arab-Jewish state. It doesn't argue for a...
I wish I knew more about this guy. He seems very intellectual and very, very eloquent in his speech. And I just wanted to say that if you do enjoy videos like this, where I watch a whole podcast and find the best highlights and put them into a short video that you can watch without wasting too much of your time, make sure you like this video and subscribe to my channel. Obviously, in case you haven't noticed, I have been feeling pretty sick, but I love doing what I do on YouTube, and I hope many of you appreciate it. Subscribe to my channel. Only about 4.5% of all my viewers subscribe, so let's get that number up. Thank you.
shared democratic state. It argues for a Jewish state in a majority Arab country. You can't do that. It's not, you could have done it in 1800 or 1700. You can't do that in 2024. And they have to come to terms with that. That's not an easy thing.
Up next, we're going to be joined by American philanthropist Ahmed Khan. Ahmed, thanks for joining us here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Emily.
And so with you today, we want to talk about a couple of things. One, you were fairly recently in Gaza. You organized a shipment of humanitarian supplies into the Strip, and you went with your shipment, or you went alongside your shipment, and we had promised our viewers at the time that we would get your take on, like, how did you do that? How on earth did you pull that off? And also, what did you see that we're not seeing just through the images that we get out of Gaza? We've also done some coverage of something else that you're working on, which is the need to get the tens of thousands of people who need critical medical care out of Gaza to places that are willing to take them in, whose lives are at risk at every moment that they're not being allowed to get that treatment. So I'll just start here by you had shared this here's one video of your trip. So tell us a little bit about where you are and what your impression was as you're getting here.
That's called the middle area of Gaza, Khan Yunis al Mawasi. There are a series of tented camps. And you can see that it's children, and that's what you see everywhere in Gaza. You see children. You don't really see anything else. You see children. This was a community building exercise and just sort of a kids' activity. Obviously, the schools are all destroyed, and they just try to keep the kids busy. So we just walked into it. The kids were dancing the Dubka, Palestinian dance, and there were various performers, and sort of we just came in to view it. And, you're just overwhelmed by what these kids are experiencing. What they're experiencing is something no child should ever have to experience, and actually no child has experienced what they're experiencing. They live in tents. Almost every night of the year, they listen to 250-pound bombs, 500-pound bombs, and sometimes 2,000-pound bombs landing near them. They have friends that have been killed, and they don't know when their time will be, but they just continue. So, you can see them smiling and cheerful and it's almost amazing because none of these kids have had protein for a month or two, and none of them have had. They mainly eat one time a week, one time a day, but they still smile. So you're struck by that.
And is it bread? Like, what's the thing that they're able to get for the most part during the day?
There really isn't anything that you can count on. It just depends on what the Israeli authorities will allow in, and it's sort of idiosyncratic. It just sort of happens, sort of. Sometimes there'll be enough food in the markets, and sometimes there won't. Sometimes the food will be very expensive in the markets, and sometimes it won't. So there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. I've told you, I think, from the beginning that essentially the Israeli government has decided they don't necessarily want to kill everybody at once because they think it's probably not something they can get away with. But what they do is allow sort of the minimum calorie count in. So, people are just getting by on whatever's available that day. A lot of dry goods, sort of canned stuff. But it's nothing. I don't know. It's nothing anyone, sort of any of your viewers would be comfortable with, or I don't know how many people would survive in the U.S. on this.
Yeah, and then I'll let Emily let you jump in with one question. So shortly after October 7th, I think you had told me as Israel unleashed its response, what you thought their plan was, and now here we are, a year and a half later, and it feels like everything is going according to the plan that you kind of thought that they were playing out at the time. And so I think that kind of gives your assessment an extra layer of credibility because it's really been borne out the last year and a half. What did you see coming, and what have you seen unfold?
Well, I think very clearly the Israeli government wants all Palestinians out, right? And they can't do it all at once. So they have created conditions that are unlivable. And at some point, they will, and I think all American officials are aware of this, and probably all European officials are aware of this because it's pretty black and white. They don't want to kill everybody; they just want everybody out. So they've killed plenty of people, and people are living under horrible conditions, and they just want to get rid of all Palestinians from Gaza and the West Bank and sort of remake Judea and Samaria. And I think that's Prime Minister Netanyahu's plan. I mean, it's just very clear. So I suppose now that will be up to President Trump to decide whether that's going to happen or not. I don't know. It's like there really aren't any world leaders who seem to, they've sort of been detached from any sort of empathy of the situation, because the situation inside, it's truly unlivable. I mean, it's sort of bombs nonstop, artillery nonstop, F-15s, F-16s, F-35s dropping massive bombs. You're sort of every 15 minutes you're shaking wherever you're staying. If you're in a tent, it's shaking. If you're in some kind of structure, it's shaking. And the trauma is just unimaginable.
If you were to, and I'm sure you have, but talk to American officials, let's say, operating in good faith, and tell them or persuade them that it is possible to not just provide the minimum calorie count, but to bring in more food, to make the situation for people living in Gaza more livable, while also protecting their security concerns. For instance, what would you tell them? How would you explain to them that it is possible to feed these children and also just bring in more aid? Maybe you have had those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. I've done it in Ukraine, right? The Russians don't bomb all the border crossings, and they don't bomb all the food trucks. I think this administration just doesn't care, right? So it's just not, they're just lying about every word out of their mouth is just lying. So I'm optimistic that maybe President Trump will not want to see these images and not want to see this situation, and sort of burn babies and little kids in their tents sleeping, and then sort of next thing you know they're dead. I don't know. But for American officials, let's say middle-level American officials, I think they're all horrified by what's going on. They know what's going on. They see the briefings, but the decision makers in the Biden administration just don't care. They're just very dishonest about all of it. They know exactly the numbers that have gone in. They know how many people. They know what it takes to keep these people fed and healthy. I mean, you're looking at 1.2 million children. It's over 50% of the population. What security risk do these little girls, sort of hold against the Israelis? Like, it's mind-boggling. I try not to pay attention to the stuff that comes out of the armchair quarterbacks and the conference goers, but I mean, it's all nonsense. Like, I challenge all of them or any of them to come to Gaza and spend 48 hours, and see if they, number one, make it out alive, or number two, are still repeating these idiotic talking points about human shields and security and et cetera.
Right, or about smuggling things that can be turned into weapons through the food shipments, or what's another example, like the Hamas hoarding everything that gets into Gaza. From your perspective, you would say if you go on the ground, it's entirely possible for the United States to back humanitarian aid that's done in a way that gets to the children. And that's
to be honest with you, I could do it myself, with a sort of group of collaborators. I don't even need the United States government, because they would just make a mess of the whole situation. But it's not complex at all. There's nothing. Don't let anyone tell you it's complex. I've done it. I've delivered humanitarian assistance to every war zone the last 25 years. It's very doable. I mean, it's just a matter of whether you're going to kill everybody delivering humanitarian assistance. It's just a decision that someone makes. But
have you been in
if the
touch
United
with
States
any?
cared about this, it would be done. It would be easily done.
Have you been in touch with any people in the incoming
Letter
administration?
hack. Oh my
Or
gosh.
tried to get? I mean,
No,
Trump had
I
that.
don't really know anyone. I mean, I'm not. I'm out here in the world. I'm not really just. It's
Right.
sort of maybe my weakness is I don't go to cocktail parties or sleazy hotel bars and stuff. So. That's where all these people hang out, I guess. They don't really run into me in places like the front line in Ukraine or Gaza or Syria, any of these places. You don't really see these kind of people around. So I don't know. I try to get the message out.
Can you give us some examples of, because I've been following your attempt to get this shipment in and some other shipments in over months and months and months. Can you give people some examples of the kind of holdups that you wound up getting along the way, and what it takes to get it in?
Yeah, it's a good question. Essentially, I made a decision. Well, WFP is great on the food, and that's their mandate, and they do that. I sort of did a survey in Gaza and understood that there were specific medicines that were not getting into Gaza for whatever reason, and I decided to go and source them. And I purchased medicines around Europe, and a few containers worth of medicines. And I've done this a few times. And there's a process through the Israeli government. It's the Israeli government agency is called COGAT, which I think you know, that everything has to go through COGAT. So I apply through COGAT and say, look, this is what I have. This is where I purchased it from. This is where it was made. This is how much it costs. This is how much each item is. This is what's in this box. This is what's in this box. And this is pallet number this. And everything has to be totally itemized. And, sort of they approve it. And then it's just a long process of getting the actual stuff physically in. So in my case, one time I tried to send it over, I'm somehow still optimistic to try to make things work. So on one of the shipments, I tried to send it over JLOTS, the Joint Logistics Over the Shore, which was the pier that the United States government tried to work. Yeah. And it didn't, it actually went and then was stuck by next to the pier, and then the pier closed. And so then I had to look for another solution and wound up shipping it from Cyprus, where the JLOTS was based, to Ashdod, Israel. And then there's just a process, like the stuff's on the ship has to be cleared to come into port. That's a few days. Then the stuff has to be cleared to unload off the port. That's another few days. And there's this sort of things, like it's just not something that anyone is really taken too seriously in the United States government or really cares about, to be honest with you, because this is all urgent stuff.
Is any of that normal when it comes to humanitarian relief?
No, of course not. Sort of, if you need this stuff, you need to get it in, right? Like there's no, you know what it is, you know exactly every detail, you know how much I paid for it, you know how I paid for it, like I provide like bank account, like everything. And, you know, it's just like one reason after another to, you know, one day the truck's about to go in and the generator breaks at one of the borders. And I'm like, this is one of the most sophisticated countries in the world. And their generator broke and now the border's closed. You know, so I mean, I got lots of stories that I won't bore you with. It's kind of ridiculous. If you get into the minutia, like I think I try to forget all the stuff that happens because I might, you know, sort of just get depressed.
That's actually really interesting. I think we would welcome many examples and not be bored by them. And maybe, Ahmed, you could also flesh out the parallel that you were talking about with Ukraine is a great example right now, because the same people who are, you know, saying Israel has to do this would say the opposite about Putin. If you could maybe flesh out what you've seen, like the ability to get humanitarian aid to people over there, that would be,
no,
I
it's
think,
easy.
really
In Ukraine, it's
instructive.
very easy because the borders are open. You know, not the Russian border and not the Belarus border, but you have Poland, you have Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, Moldova. And those are all relatively friendly countries, and there are no issues. You can get whatever you want. You know, you declare it, there's a process, but it goes right over and into wherever it's needed. In the case of Gaza, and like I said, there's no corollary for Gaza. There's never been a situation where all the borders are closed. And one entity controls what goes in or out. And so I sort of say, and you know, people take this the wrong way, but I sort of say it's as if the Russians, if you want to think about Gaza, it's as if the Russians controlled all the borders. So they controlled Poland and Hungary and Slovakia and Romania. Like they controlled what was going in. I mean, they literally could bomb those borders, but they don't. Right. But in the situation of Gaza, there's no other way to get anything in. Other than through Israel and through, you know, sort of the good graces of the Israeli authorities. And I think there are some good actors in the Israeli government, but, you know, they have their marching orders, and their marching orders are very clearly let the absolute minimum in, and no one's pushing us. And, you know, the Biden administration, again, just, you know, fumbled whatever leverage they had, and they have all the leverage because 2 to 3 giant Air Force planes land full of weapons every day for the last over a year. But they just never pushed it, and so the Israelis understand, like, look, this is not important to the United States, so we'll just we'll keep doing what we're doing.
And can you, since you've spent so much time in Ukraine, can you compare how Israel approaches Palestinian civilian infrastructure and how Putin approaches Ukrainian civilian infrastructure?
I mean, there are some similarities, but, you know, there's literally nothing left in Gaza. I mean, you see my videos, like there's literally, you essentially, when you enter Kerem Shalom, which is ironically named border crossing, you drive alongside of Gaza in Israel. So to your right, as you're driving south, is Gaza, and to your left is Israel, and your sort of life is normal, and there shopping malls and gas stations, etc. And when you enter Kerem Shalom, there are giant reinforced walls 30 feet high that are one after another. And so you sort of zigzag through these walls. And once you've crossed those walls, all you see is devastation. As soon as you enter, it's just rubble in every direction. And the first thing you see are kids playing in the rubble. And so there's no corollary for that. It's kind of wild that the amount of rubble in Gaza, which is the size of Philadelphia or Las Vegas, is, I think, twice to 3 times the amount of rubble that's in Ukraine, which is the size of Texas. And the war is 3 years old in Ukraine. So it's actually, I tell the Ukrainians that I come there I recently went directly from Gaza to Ukraine, and I said, and I actually went to the front, and I said, I'm here to relax after Gaza. So that was, everybody laughed because what else do you do?
Well, yeah, because you had sent me one video from a place where you were sleeping where it seemed like the windows were rattling all night long.
Yeah, it's bombs. It's the GBU 39. It's a glided air bomb that has electronics on it, which you can guide it. They're just massive bombs, and they just drop them over and over and over again. And no matter where you're sleeping, you'll hear them all night long, and they shake the ground and they shake everything. And essentially, what they do is if there's a guy they're looking for who they think is Hamas, if anyone's around that guy, he's dead or she's dead or the 4-year-old kid is dead. And, sort of these bombs aren't, checking people's IDs. They're just killing
Which
people.
the New York Times just confirmed in that long investigation.
Yeah, I mean, it's indisputable. Like literally, sort of there's nothing precise about any of it. They could be precise if they wanted to. And sort of, when you're driving around Gaza, it's like kind of like in your thoughts, because if some sort of character that they're looking for happens to wind up next to your car, you're gone. They're not really asking questions or confirming or anything. And that's like literally nobody can deny this. And again, the entire United States decision-making authority knows this, and that's just the way it is. So there's no corollary, actually. The Russians don't do. I mean, they've killed plenty of civilians, but it's just a different level.
If the Israeli goal is to depopulate Gaza, why don't they let at least the injured people out? Like it feels like they're working across purposes to that goal.
No, I think it's part of the plan, right? Like you get the people so desperate to the point where once you, sort of move onto that mechanism of getting everybody out, then everybody just goes. But until that point, you're going to make life as miserable as possible for everyone. So we have the situation now where there are probably about 10,000 kids who either have pre-existing conditions like cancer or have been injured significantly and can't get out. And there is a process with the World Health Organization to get people out. And the Israelis will sort of approve 5 to 10% of the cases. And, I know these cases. I've seen these kids, and they're literally sitting in a tent with no chemotherapy, just dying. And their case was rejected, and you don't get an answer as to why it was rejected. And again, this is another failure of the U.S. administration, and it's like they just don't care, right? Like, there's no other answer for it. Why would you let 5, 10, 15,000 kids who are in urgent need of medical care and can be evacuated out just sit there? But it's across the board. Like, there's no blood pressure medication, so people just die of heart attacks in their tents. I mean, it's like on and on and on and on.
Well, I was just going to ask like a hypothetical. If President Ryan Grimm were being inaugurated on January 20th, is it on the humanitarian front, not the military front, but on the humanitarian front, is it in the power of an incoming United States administration to almost like flip a switch on the humanitarian stuff and use the leverage and say, you are letting these in? Like how theoretically simple would it be if someone wanted to, increase the input of humanitarian aid?
Yeah, if you decided that you don't want little kids to be suffering 24/7, you could scale up the amount of humanitarian aid in days. The United States government knows exactly what the needs are. The United Nations knows exactly what the needs are, what the calorie count is, medicine, etc. And it could happen immediately. I mean, the resources are out there, the stuff's out there, and you would just tell the Israelis, look, I can't abide by this. This is wrong, and change it tomorrow, literally.
Well, Ahmed, always appreciate your insights and also what you're doing for the people of Gaza. And thank you so much for joining us. Anything else you'd want to add for people?
Yeah, I mean, I think people are frustrated and trying to figure out how they can help and what they can do, and I think they should just keep at it. It's tough. It's really sad, but the people in Gaza appreciate them. They hear them. They understand that there are people with them that feel their plight, that are aware of them. And I think people just need to really just push the decision makers. Unfortunately, we're at a point in this world where there are just no world leaders who really, there's no empathy. It's just sort of apathy, I suppose. And, there are certain things like with regard to the children's evacuations, that's something that has to happen. Increasing the amount of humanitarian aid, it has to happen. It's again, the population, when they keep talking about Hamas, it's like there were about 20,000 before. Like 15 months ago, there were, let's say, 20,000 Hamas soldiers or whatever you want to call them. I don't know how many there are now, but it's a war against women and children. Essentially, 70% of the population are women and children. So, and literally, when you drive around Gaza, you just see children. Like, that's the thing you're struck in, just rubble and children, and you're wondering, like, where is this? Hamas, and I'm sure they're there, but you just don't see them. So I tell everybody to keep the faith, and we'll make a change one of these days.
We'll see. Ahmed Khan, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Emily.
Hey, if you liked that video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to Breaking Points.
If you want to see the rest of Counterpoints, go to breakingpoints.com to become a premium member and get the full uncut show every morning in your inbox and on Spotify.
All right, so President Donald Trump has promised hell on earth if there isn't a hostage deal by the time he's sworn into office. Meanwhile, over at Dropsite News, we've gotten a statement from Hamas appealing directly to President Trump. I'm going to read some of that. They write, Hamas spokesperson says, quote, we believe we can reach an agreement immediately if Netanyahu and his government stop their stalling and obstructing the deal. We are ready to proceed with an agreement immediately that guarantees a permanent ceasefire, the withdrawal of all Israeli forces from the Gaza Strip, the return of displaced people to their homes without restrictions, a serious prisoner exchange deal from both sides, and the immediate launch of a comprehensive relief and reconstruction process for Gaza. Therefore, we look forward to President Trump and his team exerting pressure on Netanyahu and his government to move forward with the deal before his inauguration. Now this comes just as there's news being reported by Reuters and others that when it comes to that post-reconstruction or post-deal reconstruction process, the UAE, which is a very, very close ally of Trump himself and the Trump family, has said that it would take a lead in kind of overseeing with the U.S. Security and reconstruction until a reformed Palestinian Authority could start taking control in Gaza. Now, what's interesting about this is several things. One, the U.S. having some role in security and reconstruction in Gaza suggests boots on the ground. Like, how would the U.S. play a role in security, without boots on the ground? One possibility would be just, financing it and sending, enormous amounts of weapons and money so that the UAE can hire like Colombian mercenaries to patrol Gaza. So it remains to be seen what those details are. But what's also interesting is that the Gulf countries had been insisting that a pathway to statehood was essential for their involvement in a post-conflict reconstruction. If these reports are accurate, that would suggest that the UAE at least is backing off of that piece of the deal, as Saudi Arabia and Israel are continuing their talks towards normalization, where Saudi is insisting on some type of language, about a pathway to statehood being included, or there won't be normalization. When we were last speaking a couple weeks ago before the Christmas and New Year's break, there was a lot of talk that a deal was just moments away from being inked. Trump putting the January 20th deadline on it, to me, has always meant that Netanyahu will take every day that's available. It's January 8th. That's at least 12 days that he has a free hand to strike Gaza, and the airstrikes have heated up. They've expanded. They've been almost around the clock, according to people in Gaza. So I would not expect him to strike a deal a moment before he's absolutely forced to by Donald Trump. But let's play a little bit from Trump to get a flavor of how he's framing his approach to this.
And these are comments from his press conference yesterday that we played some clips earlier in the show on other things, but he was asked by everyone different questions and touched on Israel here.
Yes, here you go.
That all hell must be paid if they don't release the hostages.
You know what that means, don't you? Well, do I have to define it for you? Look, all hell will break out. If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
Can you elaborate?
And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is.
So there's some real gallows humor going on in Gaza, and we're going to talk to Ahmed Khan, who was in Gaza recently. He was telling me that when he was there, Trump made similar comments, all hell will break loose. And everyone universally that he spoke to is like, does he have any idea what's going on here? Like what would that look like? Like, and it goes from a rhetorical question to an actual question where it's like, wait a minute, what would hell on earth look like if it wasn't this? Which is, starvation, rampant disease. It's cold at night. You're living in tents. Your tents are flooding, and airstrikes are continuing relentlessly. Like, and all the hospitals are shut down. Like what? So if that's the status quo, what's hell look like?
I think Hamas, in a strange way, has some leverage with Donald Trump in that respect because,
they've taken hell off the table by already bringing it to Gaza.
There's that. There's also that Trump he wants to be the guy who looks like he secured a deal. And so if he has to get to a deal, that means he needs Hamas's cooperation. So does he want to escalate beyond what you just described, Ryan, and be the guy who was behind what he already described for Netanyahu, 6 months ago, as a public relations problem? Does he want to be overseeing that? Or does Hamas have, I guess, some real leverage in they want a deal and Trump wants a deal? He wants to be the guy who solved the problem, ended the conflict, and secured what he will say is peace. Whether it's lasting is dubious, but that does actually sort of give Hamas their position some leverage going into a Trump administration.
Yeah, and over at the Dropside News Twitter account, you can find a report from Israeli media that a May document that was approved by Netanyahu's cabinet describing the terms that they would agree to for a ceasefire was leaked to the Israeli media, and it's consistent effectively with what Hamas is asking for, and is consistent with what Israel is now expected to get from an upcoming ceasefire if one really happens. And actually, I have this right here. So think about that. This is May. The hostages have been held since May. Many perhaps have died since then. To get nothing extra, to get an agreement that was already on the table last May, is such an extraordinary and fundamental failure when it comes to what the leader of a government's mission is, which is to protect their own people, their own citizens. If you're one of those hostage families, you're asking why. Like, why is it now January and we're about to ink a deal, potentially we're going to ink a deal that was available to us in May? Like, what did we achieve between May and January? And the answer can only be satisfaction of a lust for the complete and total destruction of Gaza as a habitable place. Because nothing else has improved from Israel's perspective, from the perspective of the hostages from May until January, unless I'm missing something.
So Trump, we may see something similar. If we see something like that in Israel, we may see something similar also in Ukraine, where there's a peace deal that's a
deal that was available in like February, March 2022
And I
probably
think
better actually than will be available now.
People will say that what really changed is the seriousness of the negotiations. You have this presidential transition in the United States, and that changes the positions and the leverage that the deal makers have. So that's the argument I'd expect to hear, but I think it's a valid point.
Before we leave, let's just comment a little bit on some of the Anthony Blinken has been making the rounds and doing some exit interviews. He spoke with the New York Times here. Let me play a little bit of that.
To what has become the defining crisis of this era, which is the conflict in Gaza. You came in thinking you could broker a historic agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And then Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th with the horrific results which we saw. And Israel's response has been extreme. The latest UN figures put the Palestinian death toll at 45,000. Over 90% of Gaza's population is now displaced. The population is starving. All hospitals have been destroyed. In November, a UN committee released a report that found Israel's warfare practices, quote, consistent with the characteristics of genocide.
Hey, Lance.
I know you don't agree with that estimation, but do you believe that Israel's actions have been consistent with the rules of war?
Let's step back for a second and think about where we were on October 6th, and then where we were on October 7th, and where we've been since then. You're right. On October 6th, we were very much pursuing normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And in fact, I was scheduled to go to Saudi Arabia and Israel on October 10th. Trip, obviously, that didn't happen because of the events of October 7th. But the purpose of that trip was to work on the Palestinian component of any normalization agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel, because we believed, and the Saudis also said it was usually important, to make sure that if there was going to be normalization, there was also a pathway toward a Palestinian state.
End it there for now, because a lot of it from there is just him, kind of humiliating himself by trying to present the world in a way that it just simply isn't. But that piece is interesting, because what it reveals is just how flawed the American strategy was, that to ignore the Palestinian piece of a Mideast peace deal. Notice that he's saying on October 10th, he's going to go to talk to Israel and Saudi Arabia about the Palestinian issue. Anybody who's like hearing that and isn't completely absorbed in the propaganda here would be like, wait a minute, you're going to talk to Israel and Saudi Arabia about the Palestinians? Like, what about the Palestinians? They're going to talk to them about the Palestinians? Like, are they going to be involved in this conversation about them at all? And if they were involved in a serious way, then it's very difficult to imagine there's an October 7th. Hamas was very clear that one of the motivations for October 7th was that they felt like they were being written off of the historical stage, that they were being sidelined by the United States in an effort to normalize to normalize relations with Israel, normalize and effectively normalize the occupation, and just keep the status quo in place indefinitely. And it was they described it as a version of a flip the table moment. And if that's the case, then that is a fundamental failure of the policy that was being carried out by all administrations, whether it's Biden, Trump, and everybody since Clinton, effectively, or actually maybe since Bush.
I mean, what you heard Blinken just responding to from the New York Times there was totally unspoken, but it was him like embracing the Trump policy, tripling down on the Abraham Accord Trump policy. I don't know that I agree that it's hard to imagine October 7th happening without the Abraham Accords, but I do agree that it's clearly pushed them to a flip the table moment. Doesn't in any way justify the flip the table moment, but I do agree that that's a component of it, and it makes me wonder, as many people are, whether Donald Trump,
right, it
his
wouldn't just be an
negotiators,
absence of the Abraham Accords. You'd have to have real, genuine peace talks going on that everybody believed were serious. And if those were happening, my argument would be, then there wouldn't have been an October 7th.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I mean, Hamas would have to be bought into them
Yeah.
as the power in Gaza.
Yeah.
And that's an if that is impossible to conceive of, because the purpose of Israel helping to prop up Hamas in Gaza was that so those talks aren't happening.
I mean, the Hamas charter, which was changed from, obviously, to just talk about the Israel, like the foundational principle of Israel's existence. I think there's an ideological part there, an ideological component there that makes it, I think, likely that, an October 7th could happen sort of at any given moment until there's something. That's why peace talks are always so depressing, because there's.
It's interesting how an organization like Hamas can get its hand forced. It wasn't because they never necessarily had a change of heart that they changed their charter in I think it was 2017 to embrace a two-state deal. Is that there was public pressure from Palestinians
That's a good point.
to move in that direction, which then led to the 2018 the Great March of Return, which was these nonviolent protests in Gaza that would march to the fence. Were organized by Gaza civil society, and initially had an arm's length at best relationship with Hamas. Hamas saw them as not helpful to their and not part of their ideological project. Hamas eventually, because they were so popular, had to come around for political reasons and kind of embrace them. Everybody knows how those ended. The IDF troops outside of the fence shot something like 40,000 people, unarmed people, almost all of them unarmed, and were shooting for legs, shooting people's legs for sport, as a UN report has laid out. And then with the collapse of that nonviolent movement, Hamas then has more political capital to organize toward a violent response.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's interesting to me is there does the Trump camp recognize that there's something serious when Hamas says that the Abraham Accords were a factor in sort of pushing them towards October 7th? Do they take that seriously? Do they believe that Hamas is sincere when they say that, or do they continue to think the Abraham Accords were this sort of triumph of U.S. policy to Israel? And the answer to that is they continue to think the Abraham Accords were just sort of an indisputed triumph. And that doesn't mean you can't recognize that there were, keeping Palestinians out of the loop had, downstream consequences. But it doesn't seem like there's recognition of that. And so it's actually just, I think it's really hard to predict the particulars of Trump's Israel policy in this next administration. We can predict, obviously, the broad swath of it is, like deep support. But what does it look like in practice? How does he influence negotiations? That, I think, is less easy to predict.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think it's reasonable that we might actually get a ceasefire deal right around the 19th or 20th. Whether it holds, I think, is a totally different question.
Yeah.
And what that looks like. It might be a deal on paper that Israel violates regularly. Like, if you notice, like, the Hezbollah Israel deal is getting very close to completely collapsing, but Israel has bombed Hezbollah dozens, scores, maybe hundreds of times since quote unquote ceasefire deal. So we'll see.
Hey, if you liked that video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to Breaking Points.
Chat. I think we're gonna wrap it up. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure you subscribe, like, and follow me on Kick. And if you're on Kick, follow the new Kick account so I can be monetized again. And I hopefully get that sorted out, but we need about 50 people. I need about 50 folks to follow that specific account. So much love to you all. Thank you, moderators. Everyone thank the mods. Couldn't do this without the mods. Nice. So 45 more peeps. All right. Yes, follow the new kick. That's the one we gotta work on. Yep. Thank you, Sloons. If y'all want to go over to the surfs and say what's up for me, that's great. I'm gonna try to make it to Vitingale's stream, but I am gonna nap, so we'll see what happens. Mad mod love. Mad mod love. All right, y'all. Take care of yourselves, drink some water, take your meds, eat some food, and I will see you next time.